T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go. just might stop to check you out. And then when I'm a walking, I strut, I stop, and I'm so strung out. And I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Body and beats, I stain my sheets. I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end. She is starting to cry. When I'm walking, stop, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. I hope you had a great weekend. It's a good day. It's a new month. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for some rain. I noticed it was funny here. Somebody already stole my line. Kevin Harrington says, "The rain or the pain?" Question mark. I was gonna say the rain of pain. You stole my line, man. Good morning to you guys. Good to see you again, though. It's been kind of an interesting weekend. Not a whole lot of movement on Bitcoin as I would have anticipated, and then now at the very last minute, it's deciding to take a little bit of a tumble here. Kind of interesting. I don't know. I've been watching it intently because it was really close to that number that I wanted to see it break to know if it was on a bull run, moving up above 24.8. It got as high as 24.666 and then just said nope, and then it's starting to head back down now. But I think one of the things that we could potentially start seeing is if it drops below that 19 threshold, we could start seeing some fireworks. So we'll have to see what happens here when that plays out. It's been going on for quite some time at this level. There was a possibility of an inverse head and shoulders, which would have meant a little bit of a bullish run, but it never completed the pattern formation. That would have had to have ended on the 26th of July, and it never got there. So I would have needed, by the end of the 26th of July, it would have needed to be back up to that 31 level to get the completion of that pattern. Never got there. Struggling, and just kind of consolidating at this point between 19.2 and 24.7. So I don't know. It's been kind of interesting to watch. I'm waiting to see something happen there. I think that we'll probably know something is incoming price wise, potentially for AMC if that does break. Nancy Pelosi, I don't think got shot down. Just saying. I mean, she didn't. I don't know. I don't know if she's gonna find her way back or not. Ah, man, all this like positioning. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. So how you guys doing? What's going on here? What are you guys up to? Do you guys have a good weekend? Anybody do anything fun, exciting, crazy? Our hedge fund's still pulling out cash to cover cash for collateral. I'm not seeing that, not yet. But I think it's coming, Kevin. I just don't know when. We'll see. I'll tell you one thing did happen for sure, though. The other thing that I was looking for to see if our market was going to be on a bull run was to break 410 on the SPY, and it did. It broke 410 into the later half of the day on Friday last week, making all the way up to 413. That was the magic number I needed to see break in order for me to feel like there's a potential bull run happening. However, let me pull this up real quick here. Michael Burry tweeted out this. I don't remember when he tweeted it. Let's see. I guess he tweeted it somewhere around the 30th of July. And he said the New York Times front page the day after the Dow bottomed on 12/6/1974 doesn't mention stocks, which were down 45% since the January 1973 peak. Mentioned was the Fed cutting rates to 7.75%, signaling a credit ease. Stocks rallied 53% in 6 months, making a lasting top on that killer mistake, suggesting that they lowered rates and the market suddenly fell. So I think he's suggesting here that if the Feds were to start lowering rates at some point, it would be disastrous on our economy. It would probably tank. But we'll see. I don't see any forecast for any kind of lowering of interest rates at this point, so we'll see what happens here. It was kind of an interesting post that he put out there. Brandon did a little off-road event. That's awesome. Good morning, Sam. The real Hayden and I just came back from the House of the Mouse. That place will take your money faster than Bellagio's craps table. The House of the Mouse. Interesting. PC3 says, did you see overnight the SEC scheduled a meeting for private 8.4? I did not. I did not see that. Interesting. It's Supertramp. Supertramp announcing farts. Hayden went to Disney World Orlando. House of the Mouse. Got it. Yeah. So when we went to California, we went to Universal Studios, and it's no different. It's the same thing, man. It doesn't matter where you go. Any of those amusement parks, they really kind of suck it out of your wallet, don't they? All right, I got about 1 minute left here, so might as well start cleaning off the glasses, and we can take a look at what's going on with our numbers. Oh man, PC3, I got my butt handed to me that first game, man. I just got it handed to me. I felt, what was really weird was I felt like I went into playing him uh, maybe a little more prepared because I've actually played him before. Um, we've played once before, and I felt like maybe he might have been going easy on me the first time that we ever played because I did much better that time. Um, Actually, I think we played a couple times. I've had that first showing, that first match that we had last night was rough, man. But he's really good. See, there's a thing in chess where, um, if you got a really high rating and you're going up against somebody who has a really low rating, or not really low, but a rating lower than you, a lot lower, it doesn't end up being much of a match. And unfortunately, that's what you guys saw, because I don't think my rating's very high. And I know there used to be a time where my rating was just a little over 1200, and then I had to create a new account, and I was kind of experimenting with playing chess in different ways, and not right now I'm only ranked like 700 and something, and I think he's like I think he's like 1500 or something like that, 14 or 15. I think he's 15, and that's like double the rating that I currently have. So yeah, it's not good. It's not a good matchup. I knew a butt kicking was coming. Yes, I'm actually Thor PC3. I'm Thor. Captain America, I think, was who was Captain America? I did see that picture. Let me show it to you guys real quick before. So I've got the glasses on now. Take a look at this. Pantheon has this picture. He shared it. I'm Thor. Who is that? That's Captain America. I'm not sure who that is. Hold on a second. How do I share this? Okay. He's got Bigums in here as Iron Man. I'm having a we got Adam Aaron over here as the Hulk. I'm having a Charles Payne's back here, and I'm guessing that that's probably um. Oh gosh, why can't I think of his name? I can't think of his name. I don't know who the other people are. One of them's actually I really have no idea. I have no idea who the other people are though. It's probably a shame that I don't know who they are. Who the heck is this? Somebody tell me who these people are, because I don't know. Hold on. I'll try and make it bigger. Who is that? I feel like maybe Bigums is one of these two, but I don't recognize him because of the. It looks like you may have gotten a picture of him when he was like cleaner shaven. I don't know who this is here. Maybe that's Kat. I don't know if I've ever really seen too many pictures of her, so I feel like Captain America might be Bigums. Not sure. I don't know. You guys probably know better than I do. Randall Cornett is Captain America. Got it. Okay. Kevin says I played chess with a coworker that was way better and got my butt kicked for 2 years before I beat him once. It takes time, man. It really does. The only way that you really get better is by playing people who are way better than you. It looks like Lou. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. See what's going on here. I'm gonna log into my broker and I'll take you guys over to the other page. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. Could help protect you. If you don't like it, you can always get rid of it. Alright, taking you guys over to the other page. If I haven't seen what you guys have already written, hold those thoughts. I will address only the things I can see after you see the big tramp come back up on the page. Starting in the top left-hand corner, not financial advice. Not financial advice at all. But we finished out, let's see, what did we finish AMC out at? We finished out at 1456. We needed to finish anything lower than 1464 caused me to be the winner. Anything higher than 1466 would have caused Keto to be the winner. So since we closed at 1456, I was the winner. But everybody gets a tally point because everybody had the correct price. This is not meant to be financial advice. This is simply four apes trying to guess the price within a $3 range every day, every week. I get 2 points, one for getting the price correct, one for getting the tally point, the extra tally point for the tiebreaker. But we had a tremendous week where almost everybody had we had a lot of points this week. So we did really well, I think, with guessing our price predictions, and I'm proud of all these guys. They're doing a great job of keeping each other in line and trying to figure out to within a $3 range where price is going to end. I know it sounds really easy to guess within a $3 price range, but it's not as easy as you would think. Taking a look at short exempt volume. Short exempt volume from Friday was 123.1. Let's check our utilization. Before I do that, though, we were down 0.14. Let's see if that utilization is still at 100%. I don't expect it to have changed. Indeed, it is still 100%. Let me verify the date. July 29th. That is the correct date. Yes, that's the correct date. All right. So we're now on day number 120. 120 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Moving down to off exchange. Actually, let's do max pain first. Max pain for this week. What are we looking at? Looks like 14 bucks. I had to do a reboot on the computer, so a lot of the numbers are already updated. So $14. Last week we went into the week starting at $14. I think it went up to it was 14 Monday and Tuesday, and went up to 14.50. I think every day thereafter. And it's 14 currently this week, with our price at 14.52 currently. Off exchange. The final numbers are already listed there. Like I said, I had to reboot the computer this weekend, and off exchange was final numbers for the day on Friday was 55.18 through the off exchange and 11.13 through the CBOE EDGX, giving us a grand total through the off exchange of 66.31%, which is actually lower than what we've been seeing by quite a bit, although still higher than what I would consider to be like a normal day of 64%. So by 2.31%. So it was still kind of high, but much lower than what we've been seeing. Taking a look at institutional share ownership. Again, like I said, I refreshed this on last night, so there shouldn't be any change. But I'll go ahead and give it another refresh here just to see. But as of last week, there was 190.7 million. The new value is 190.553. So about 150,000 shares less in ownership by institutions being reported. Taking a look at some more of that Ortex data, we've got 142.91 million shares on loan. Currently, the short interest of the free float is at 19.49%. And taking a look at the options, our lottery ticket losers for this week are at a $30.5 strike. It does look like that was probably added recently, because if you look at it, you can see that there's much more volume at a $30 strike. So it does seem like a $30.50 strike was added to the options. But since we're entering into this week at 30.5, I'm just going to go ahead and mark that down. Last week, the high was 35. There's currently 2.2 thousand contracts. Last week at 35, there was 1.7. This week at 30.5, there's 2.2 thousand contracts. There is that huge amount at 30 there of 9.8. Scrolling up to see where most of our short interest is stacked right now. Looks like wow, the put side is like really, really low. There's a big spread right now as it stands on open interest. Let me see what you guys can see here. 20. Okay, you can see it. All right, at a $20 strike price on the calls, which is higher by about $5 than what it was last week. Last week, our spread on open interest was 14 and 15. 15 for the calls, 14 for the puts. It's now 20 for the calls with 7.5 thousand contracts. And for the puts, it's $12 with 2.1 thousand contracts. This week is very, very low in options. We have a 3-to-1 in option calls versus puts. The market signaling for perhaps maybe a close around like 15 or 16, maybe. That's the center. That's the halfway point between the two values that I just read off. Would be 16. Let me move a couple of screens over and then we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty, taking a look at some of the Ortex data more in depth. Let's see what we got going on here. Hold on a second. I want to adjust something around here just a tad. I don't think I've ever noticed. Huh. All right. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Sorry, I'm trying to mess around with OBS here a little bit. It looks kind of weird to me. Anyways, what do we got going on? Here's your utilization at 120 straight trading days of utilization being at 100%. Let's kind of zoom in on our current period of time and look at on loan amount. On loan amount dipped just slightly from 144.45 to 142.91. So we had about 1 point, what is that, 1.5 million shares roughly returned. That should have the effect of, well, depending on whether or not they were new or old loans that were returned, would have the effect of increasing or decreasing the on loan average age per day. If it's older loans, then that number should head down. If it's newer loans, then it'll head up. It headed up, so they were that 1.5 million shares that were returned were newer loans, likely put positions that were closed out that were newer. You have on loan average age per day going from 53.66 to 54.81. Open or estimated short share interest of the free float was pretty much sideways day over day, going from 19.59 to 19.49. And security lending volume was starting to raise back up again on Friday. The change on that went from 6.56 in security lending to 11.06, so almost double. And we are not on any threshold lists. Does look like we got a little bit more failure to deliver reporting going on here. Those numbers are kind of decreasing a little bit. We may be on the backside of that big spike there. Failure delivers coming due. Looks like we have a new reporting on some of these as well for the futures, and you can see that they've done quite a good job of returning to you lower numbers on failure to delivers, as you can see as of some of the more recently reported numbers, back down into the 200 range. So the pressure that may have been applied to some of these dates coming forward, especially that 9.6 million, may not be there. That pressure may be gone. As you can see, the decreasing over time. I think it's probably more accurately seen in the representation of failure to delivers decreasing here on the chart. Orders by Fidelity customers on Friday. We were struggling to stay on the top 30 list. GME, and that was due to our low volume, which I'm sure was, we'll take a look at what it was in total, but it was pretty low. GME coming in at 25th. They had 71% buys to 29% sales. We came in 28th with 65% buys to 35% sales. SSR triggers at $13.10. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they started borrowing this morning. They've borrowed almost all of the 950,000 shares there, so I'm going to go ahead and count it as 950,000 shares. Fees have dropped down. They were 7.4, I believe, at the end of last week. They're down to 6.8 this week. Looks like let's see how many shares they borrowed over here. Looks like it's going to be about 30,000 shares. I'm not going to count the ETF ones since majority of those, if I added those to the 30,000 that were still over here in the available, it would make up the difference. So we're looking at basically 950,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. That's about 100,000 more than it was by the end of the day on Friday. So elevated borrowing this morning. For this week, ending this week, that is 8/12 that's showing up on here, not 8/5. So this is not current information here. We do not end this week on 8/12. So it looks like Stonko Tracker's got a little bit of misreporting going on here. So I'm not going to be able to give you guys that information. They're missing a week. Looks like we have mainly green markets on the eastern side of the world. Let's take a look at what our futures are looking like. Little bit of mixed numbers here. I do see a little bit of downwards movement in the futures right now, but I mean it's maybe 0.1% at the most. We got the micro Russell 200 at down 0.28. Let's see what the VIX is doing for the futures. It's up 0.19. So yeah, not really a whole lot of. Looks like we might be heading a little bit red for the futures. What's the time delay on this? I forget what the time delay. Mixed. There's mixed numbers here though, for sure. Some things are kind of heading towards green, some are heading red. Mixed futures. In the pre-market, Tesla's up 1.54, Amazon is up 0.21, Cinemark is down 3.22, Doge is up 0.54, Bitcoin is down 0.34, GME is down 0.18, HYMC is down 2.91, Hood is down 0.33, NCMI is down 4.11, and AMC is down 0.21. On last Friday's movement, we had about $2 million, roughly $2 million more in inflow than outflow. Volume currently this morning at 13.47. We're getting a little bit of a spike here in pricing. Let's take a look at volume. I'm showing 18.1 million shares in volume on Friday, which is incredibly low. I had suggested in the pre-market on Friday that we would see somewhere between 15 and 35. I don't know when the last time was that we had 18.1 million in volume, but I'm pretty sure it was a long time ago. Actually, give me a second. I'm going to look it up. I want to find out. Give me 1 second here. How do I, let's see, maybe I can do this. Yep. Our lowest volume that we've ever had prior to this last Friday was 23 million. Let's see. Okay, no, we've had lower. So in prior to our run up in January of last year, we actually had volume in the range of like, and most of this is because of the fact that we had less shares that were available to be traded, but we had 2.3 million shares traded in a single day. Really low volume at that time. Historically speaking, though, like some of our larger numbers, let me see if I can find everything. I'm going to look for just one specific date here. The last time that we had lower volume than today was 11/24 of 2021. So it was November, yeah, November of 2021. And that was 18 million shares traded that day. Prior to that, the next lowest time that we had before then was on November 20th of 2020. So we nearly had one of the lowest volume days that we've had since our January run of last year. On the weekly, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.61, which is slightly below average. That's below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a current crossover occurring on the vortex indicator with an RSI of 49.51, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure or more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.87, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.63, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.21, which is above average. The volume for this moment right here was 2,000 shares, 2.8 thousand shares, and we got about 13 minutes left before our pokey stick of volume. And with that, oh yeah, hold on a second. Nope, Ichimoto Cloud. Ichimoto on the hourly. Baseline is above conversion line. That's not good. We want to see conversion line, which is this gold line that's in here. We want to see that above the baseline. And we've got lagging line right on price line. So we're kind of at that key moment right here. Normally price likes to move up through green portions, but it can move up through red thin portions of the cloud. As it stands, 1458 for the day-to-day. 1466 happens to be the top side of the cloud. So anything over 1466 is outside the cloud on the top side. We're currently at 1457. Taking a look at the 4-hour. Again, you have conversion below the base. Lagging line is below the price line. The thinner portion of the red cloud is coming up on Tuesday. And the ending half of today. The values for that would be around 1630. And the conversion line is starting to trend upwards towards the base. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. Again, I'll start with Randall Cornett as Captain America. It looks like I'm not going to miss out on anything anybody said here. The Earn, good morning to you. Thor equals hammer time. Good morning, Salty Dog. Low Boy, good morning to you. Wow. AMC GME Gladiator says, hi Casey, did you hear Ryan Cohen? He has a big announcement August 5th, shares recall, so bye-bye hedge funds. And Adam Aaron, Disney and Paramount buying AMC, and Adam Aaron retirement in October 2022. Rumor in TSX Toronto. That's kind of crazy information. Haven't seen you on here before. Welcome to the channel. It's good to see you. That's kind of crazy. Mo Sagari, good morning. Let's check and see what kind of new news we've got going out here about AMC. That's some that would be some crazy news, man. Crazy news. I wonder. And I'm not saying any of that's true, but I wonder who Adam Aaron would throw into the mix for running the company. Let's see here. News. Here's one. AMC stock just delivered two big catalysts. This is by Investor Place. Let's see what it says. AMC Entertainment revealed two catalysts today that include a strong performance over the weekend. It's also partnering with Uber Eats for snack deliveries. AMC stock is on the move Monday as investors react to two new catalysts for the movie theater company. It's kind of weird that it says the stock is on the move on Monday. Let me see when this was posted. Let's see here. July 11th, 2022. Okay, well that's a really old article. Why is it showing up? Hold on a second here. Oh, I clicked on it and it says 3 weeks ago. Normally I look at the date and I forget and I cycle out anything that's not like 1 or 2 days old over the weekend. That's 3 weeks old. No wonder. I was like, wait a minute. Actually, that's news to me. I didn't hear about the Uber thing. That's kind of interesting. I hadn't heard about that. I was like, they can't say Monday that it's going up already, and it's like market hasn't even opened yet. What's going on here? Yeah, that's three weeks old information. I didn't hear about the Uber Eats though. Anybody else hear about that? I didn't know. I didn't know that we had partnered with Uber. Future Whale says, I guess Casey's mad at me. I don't know why you would say that. I was just reading. Let me see here. Let me scroll back up, see what you guys are saying. Good morning, Michael Roberts. Price prediction leading up to earnings. I don't normally do price prediction until later in the day, but if you're wondering like for the end of the week, we used to do that. We used to do Mondays where I would like do price predictions, and everybody could kind of put in their own thoughts as a collective group for price ranges. I haven't done that in a really long time. Z Wade, good morning. Good morning, Forks. One speed go, pounce. I don't know, man. Scott, and it's gonna have to get closer. I'd say historically we have like mixed reactions to earnings reports, and usually I want to say more often than not, usually we see price movement upwards that lags by about 2 days. More often than not. Yo, I have no idea. I don't. This is the first I'm hearing about it as far as the meeting goes. Let me see. Where Future Whale? All of a sudden you said, I guess Casey's mad at me. I'm not mad at you, but I didn't see what you wrote up top, so I don't know. I don't see anything else that you wrote in here at all, other than me being mad at you. Let's see here. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too, Z Wade. That why would you put yourself up for re-election as board member when you're just gonna step down soon thereafter? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But I mean, Bezos did something similar, right? I guess. I mean, he stayed on the board for Amazon and stepped down as its head of the company. Yeah, I don't have any source for this yet. Any of that information, Z-Wade, that's just released by somebody else. I wouldn't rely on anything until you start seeing the news articles for yourself. Fork says retirement. That's a bounce, not a pounce. All rumor mill crap. Row says, yeah. We'll have to see it when we see it. I do have an announcement. BioLife Hemp. If you'll notice, he's got something next to his name now. If BioLife wants to say hi real quick, say hi, BioLife. Monty, I got you down for 1501 to 1801. Okay. Good morning, Future Whale. Just call it out, okay? Thanks, Subazavas. Future Whale, good morning to you. Rose says, Tony D put out a video this weekend predicting a negative 0.19 share second quarter reporting. I hope he's dead wrong. So, yeah, I've been going back and forth with him on my Discord about that. Like, I don't understand. I guess the part that I'm having a hard time with is if you go back and you look at Q4. Let me send these. I don't know if I can send this to myself. Let me see if I can do that. Let me show you. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. And maybe I'm just like completely dead wrong here, and I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Which is, I'm okay with being like stupid. It happens. From time to time, it does happen, believe it or not. But check this out. So let me show you what I'm looking at. Oh wait, first here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume coming in. We got looks like we're getting some decent volume out of this. We've got about 86,000 shares. We had about 20,000 shares going into this, so this is a quadrupling of volume. This should give us some decent volume for the day to day, although I wouldn't suggest that it would be massive. But I'm gonna have to go with my 20 to 40 instead of 1535. I'm gonna go 2040. 20 to 40 million. We might see a little bit of an increase in volume here. That's nice. I'm looking forward to that. Let's take a look at what we got going on over here. So this is Box Office Mojo by IMD Pro. And basically what you can do is you can pull up the top 10. Well, actually, you can pull up all the earnings. You can pull up domestic box office numbers for each quarter for all the movies that came out, right? So if you do like a rough calculation, I actually did it earlier this morning before I came on. And this number, like on just the top 10 alone, if you were to take the gross sales, I came up with 1.949 billion. 1.949, yeah, 1.949 billion. So close to 2 billion in gross. Now, of course, that's not all going to be AMC related, right? But I'm just trying to compare apples to apples on quarters, because we had a negative EPS in the fourth quarter, which equated to about, let's see, how much was the value? Which equated to, hold on one second. Which equated to about $134 million in negative, $134 million negative. So the EPS on that, I think Tony actually worked it out for me. Yeah, the negative EPS on that was negative 0.26. So what I'm seeing right here though is I'm seeing roughly 2 billion in gross sales on the top 10, right? And then if you go back to Q4 of 2021 and you add up all these numbers, and for the gross on this, you get 1.642, so roughly $400 million less in gross sales for Q4. So, I feel like you can't just tack on $400 million and say, okay, it's going to be higher. Our earnings in this quarter is going to be $400 million more than what it was in Q4. But, you got to figure some portion of that's going to be more, right? I don't know how much, but I mean, with his negative 19 amount, I think he would be suggesting that we would basically be coming in at like I think I wrote it down. I think I sent a reply to him. Yeah, I said basically he's estimating like negative $98 million for the EPS, right? And so I'm going like, I don't know. I mean, it just seems weird to me to have 500 million more dollars. Now 400 million more dollars. It's not even 400 million. 300 million more 300 million more dollars in gross sales in Q2 of this year versus Q4 of last year. But you know what? I didn't go through. I only went through the top 10. It could be that when you add up all the different numbers as you go through, it could be that the total grossing amounts of Q4 may have been averaging much higher if you go beyond the top 10. So I don't know. I didn't dive into this as heavily as Tony did, but I'm hoping for better numbers than that. I guess we'll have to see. I know one of the things that really needs to be factored in is how much money that they made through sales of what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the name of it. Sales of like popcorn and stuff like that, food sales and all that kind of good stuff. So I think once you start factoring in that per movie, I think your numbers start going way up. Concessions, thank you. I couldn't think of it, Ro. Thank you very much. Yeah, once you start factoring in concessions in there, and I know AMC makes a lot of their money from concessions. When you start factoring that in there, and you know that the gross sales were up $300 million just on the top 10 movies alone, quarter over quarter. I think when you start adding in concessions, I think that it really could play a huge impact on how much the total revenue is. It'd be really difficult to come up with like a number. I mean, because you would be basing, your concessions off of past quarter performance. I don't know. It'd be tough. Yeah, but I saw this entire video, Row. He was subtracting out HYMC losses, which was like 71 million dollars. But I mean, that's still not a whole lot. I mean, that's pretty marginal. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm actually thinking it's going to be more on the positive side than a lot of estimates, but we'll find out on Thursday. We'll see. Nasir, good morning. I'm glad you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Let me see what else you guys are saying here. Hold on a second. I gotta scroll back up here. Yeah, it's always been about buy and hold, man. Z-Wade. It's never been about anything else. Ken Gross, good morning. Riding to Sturgis. I'm guessing that's San Diego. I don't know where Sturgis San is. What's SD? No, that's got to be South Dakota from California. Be gone for 13 days. Hey, have fun on your trip, man. Be safe. BioLife Hemp has he did. He's got that tool. Suit. I'm really close to Austin. I've never heard of Euless, Texas before, so, but I'm not from here originally, so I could be close, and I don't know. But let me look and see how close. Oh, I mean, you probably know how far away Euless is from Texas. Jordan says, "Hey, what would constitute us moving into the blow phase? Volume, huge amounts of volume and price spiking in a single day, and it won't be one of those things where you have to ask. You'll know. You'll see it, and you'll just be like, is this?" You'll start to say, "Is this the blow?" And then you won't even ask because you'll just be like, "Yeah, this is it." Tony does a really good job of fine tooth um, picking through the data. And so just because I feel like there's going to be more revenue or more revenue generated in Q2 versus Q4, at least significantly, doesn't mean that I'm right. It just I feel like I mean, based off of the numbers that I'm seeing, it looks to me like there's more, but you know, we'll see. It's just a matter of 3 more days away from today before we'll know for sure. So the one thing that I think is really kind of interesting, Stephen, because I see you're saying that you're guessing that it's going to be more like -14 to -9. The other thing that I think that we're kind of forgetting here is that AMC holds a huge presence of international sales that no other company holds, and I would not be surprised at all to know that some of the movies that did so well this time actually did better than some of the movies. Because I guess if you look back at Q4, what were the movies, right? Let me go back and see if I can. Do I still have that pulled up? I do not. I think I closed it out. Give me 1 second while I pull it back up again. Um, Shoot, I gotta send it to myself. the question you have to ask yourself is this. Look at the movie lineup for this quarter. You got Top Gun Maverick. I'm pretty sure that's going to be around the world a hit. This is a Marvel movie, Doctor Strange. That's going to be a hit. Jurassic World Dominion, I think, is a worldwide hit. Sonic the Hedgehog's probably more U.S. Lightyear's probably more U.S. and bombed in comparison to what it probably should have done. I don't even know what the bad guys is. I didn't even see that one. Fantastic Beasts is probably a worldwide movie. Morbius is another Marvel movie, but oh wait, yeah, this is Q2. Wow, Morbius came out this. I feel like it came out. It was the very first movie to come out in April. Interesting. I feel like it was longer ago than that. Okay, Morbius, The Lost City, and then Everything Everywhere All at Once. I don't know about that one. I've heard some good things about it. Um, I don't know if that's an international hit or not. But if we go to Q4 of 2021 and we look at those numbers, this one's going to be a big one. I think probably around the world since it's Marvel. Venom's a Marvel movie, so and it's probably going to do well. Eternals again, Marvel. All these were really big Marvel movies. And then probably the rest of this is probably only U.S. movies. No Time to Die, Ghostbusters Afterlife, Dune, Halloween Kills, Encanto, and Sing 2, and The Addams Family 2. Like really, it's like the top four, the top three probably were the only ones that were really big domestic earners. So I think there's a lot more international sales that were probably going on in Q2 of this year than there were in Q4 of last year. Again, I'm talking about feelings here. So, and feelings and real numbers are two different things. So, but the numbers look strong. I feel like they look strong. I'm gonna have to keep this up here, this page, because I know I'll probably end up talking about this again later. But I just and I think the concessions, I think the concessions are going to be a big, huge factor. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but a lot of those tins that we're selling, the Minions, um, the Marvel tins, the Jurassic World tins. I think the first one that came out may have been no, it wasn't the Jurassic. Which was the first one that came out? The first one was I don't know which one the first one was, but everybody was trying to get their hands on them, and they're like selling out like hotcakes. I mean, you can't like I can't even. There's no way you're gonna get like you want a Thor, a Thor hammer. Good luck, because if you didn't pre-order it, you just probably didn't get it. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can remember which one was the first one that had a tin. I don't remember. Maybe it was Q1. It had to be Q2. Q2 was the first. I think Q2 was the first time that those tins were coming out. The first one might have been Top Gun. No, because let's see, Jurassic Park. No, that Jurassic World Dominion was after. Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog might have been the first tin. That was April 8th. And if it wasn't that one, it may have been Fantastic Beasts. But either way, those tins are selling like hotcakes. Yo says Doctor Strange. All right, Doctor Strange may have been the first one. So I mean, those things are selling like hotcakes. I mean, a lot. I mean, they're selling out, completely selling out, and it's like most of them. Every time I go to the movies, I try to get one of those tins, and they're just selling out. So I've only gotten two so far out of all the movies that I've seen. Yeah, Fred, that's what I'm saying. It was 71 million in loss. That's not very much. I mean, to us it's a lot. 71 million does seem like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. Hey Tim, I'm glad you're feeling safer. Was Doctor Strange really the first 10? That's I didn't realize that. That's actually that I don't I'm trying to think back in my head here. Which one was the first 10? That was May 6th. May 6th was was released for Doctor Strange, and I feel like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was out before. I mean, it says April 8th here, which is before Doctor Strange. So I'm thinking Sonic the Hedgehog might have been the first one because that's April 8th. The only other one that could have beat it would have been Morbius. And I feel like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 might have had a 10, but I can't remember for sure. I actually didn't see the movie, so I don't know. Rose saying Batman. I don't remember there being a Spider-Man 10. Pretty sure I would have remembered that one. I mean, you might be right. Maybe I'm wrong. What are your thoughts on AMC price movement for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? I know never financial advice, but I respect your opinion. In my opinion, we run up Monday and Tuesdays and pull back a little into earnings. Um, historically speaking, Garrett, um, historically speaking, we probably typically do run a little bit in the beginning of the week. Uh, Likely to pull in a lot of those options that pull in premiums off the options. Collect on those, get people to start FOMOing into to option plays, and then dropping the price midweek, right? So what you're saying right there seems to be I think would be probably pretty accurate. It's not always that way, but sometimes, for the most part, it seems to be the case. Um, as far as how much we're going to move, I have no idea. I really, I take it on a day-to-day basis, and I try not to look too far out, just because I think it's very very difficult to try and predict. You know, it's really difficult. I mean, it's it, the hardest part about this, Garrett, is that we don't even get it right when we're trying to do $3 on a day to day basis. Right? Like I try to come up with a $3 price range, right? And $3 I mean, in a lot of people's opinions, would be a huge amount because all you could do is every single day is look at market open price and say like, okay, well, I'm just going to split the difference on a buck 50 up, a buck 50 down, and call it good. And if you do that, you actually end up losing more often than you would think. So trying to just get it within a $3 price range on a day-to-day basis is difficult. So trying to guess what it's going to be by the end of the week, um, it can prove to be pretty tough. Sammy Boy says, "How new are the popcorn themed buckets?" And that's what I'm saying. I think most of those buckets, Sammy, I think were coming out this Q2. So Justin says, "What's up, Casey? What's up, everyone? Felt lazy, took PTO. I'm always listening, but normally can't write. Always, or anyways, maybe I'll take my daughter to AMC. Yeah, I don't know what movie you're gonna go see. Maybe go see the Minions one if you haven't seen it already." Sharma says 2 weeks. That's right, Sharma. 2 weeks, man. Yeah, yeah. So Austin's. You know what's funny is everybody always says it's 3 hours away, but it always takes me way longer than 3 hours to drive there. Like I feel like that's a joke. I feel like it's like a running joke ever since I've moved here that like people just say 3 hours, but then like when you actually travel, every single time I've ever traveled up the 35 to Dallas, I've inevitably there's some kind of fire, car fire, like or a car overturned, something that shuts the 35 down to where it takes you, an extra 30 minutes to travel. But they have been increasing the amount of lanes on the freeway between here and Waco, and that's good. But I don't think I've ever made that trip in 3 hours, man. 3.5 is like the minimum I think I've ever made it, and that was lucky, I think. It's always worse going up too. Coming down seems like it's a little bit faster. Nasir says it's always Waco. What's up with Waco, man? I don't know what's up with it, but I don't disagree. Yishin saying Ghostbuster was the first 10. When did that one came out in Q4? Was that really the first 10? I think I would have gotten that one if I think I went to it late though. You might be right. Sue says traffic was stopped because a guy forgot to tie down his mattress. I mean, it's always something, man. It's always something. Like every time I get on that freeway going up to Dallas, I just, it doesn't matter how fast you want to go because eventually you're going to get stopped by traffic. And there's just like, I know tons of people who say that they can make it in like 2 hours and 45 minutes. I don't believe it till I see it. Like I got to be with you or you got to record it. I'm just not, and I don't believe it. I don't think it can be done. Yo says, Casey, just say it. It's hard to predict a criminally manipulated stock. It is. It is really hard. Justin, by the way, have a great day spending some time with your daughter. That's really cool, man. Michael Roberts says took my 16-year-old with severe ADD to pause of fury. Didn't laugh once during the movie. Afterwards, he wouldn't shut up about how funny it was. Anytime I can get him away from video games, I feel like it's a win. I hear you, man. I hear you. It's that's good. It's good to know he was laughing on the inside. That's what counts. Sammy boy, as far in regards to NFTs, and I read this article this I think this last week, and I haven't actually seen the numbers yet. And I really wish for the life of me that I would have saved the article, but there was a hit piece out on GME's NFT store that basically said that like over a 24 hours no over a yeah I think it was like a 24-hour span of time that the company was only making like $14 an hour on on their NFT store. And I have to tell you, Sammy, I think NFTs are cool, but I think if AMC puts too much value into NFTs, we're probably going to end up in trouble. I don't think NFTs are the future. Not anymore. They look like they might have been at one point, but not now. BioLife says, I feel like after MOASS we all meet and do an AMC run and see if we can beat Casey Shaw's time. You guys are gonna, you know what'll end up happening, BioLife? You'll be the ones who are responsible for causing the freeway tie-up that causes everybody to have to take 3.5 to 4 hours to get up there. Michael Roberts, you got me wanting to go see it now. Michael's saying that he laughed like hell during the movie. Bally 385, it's actually not that hard to predict. Stock gets shorted down, it breaks loose, them short down again. People buy calls every price rise to only drop price out of the money. It does seem to be a repeating pattern, doesn't it? Bio's gonna show up in a helicopter. Yeah, I don't. We got to get the big tramp on the road eventually. Alrighty, guys, 2 more minutes, and I'm gonna take a break. One second here. Put up the message, and then I will come back in 15 minutes before market open and give you guys a price prediction for the day. Sammy says perhaps NFTs have taken a hit from the crypto winter. NFT popularity and crypto value maybe be highly correlated. There could be something to that. One way or the other, though, I don't know that NFTs are necessarily the future. So I mean, if I were talking to Adam Aaron in his ear, I'd be saying like, be careful, watch out, don't throw all the eggs into that basket, which I don't think he's doing. So, good morning, Junito. See, I got it right. Yes. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I will see you back at 8:15. And we'll do some price predictions and open the market up. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
back, and just out of curiosity, let's see here what you guys are saying. How do you guys like the music change up there? Let's see if you guys said anything about it. Karen Harkin says, thought this was old school Nine Inch Nails for a second. Brian likes it. Okay, cool. If you guys like it, you like it. That's great. Olin says the music sounded like it was from the first Blade movie. All right, cool. Maybe I found something you guys like a little bit better than usual. I'll keep playing it. If you guys like it, you like it. It's awesome. I came back. I felt like I was at a rave or something, which I've never been to. His Trimmer 10 says I felt like I was in Tron. Oh man, Keto. Good morning to you, sir. 1313 to 1613. I'm dialing you in. I got to figure out where I'm going with my price prediction for the day today. I really don't know. Today has kind of been this weekend I've been looking at a lot of numbers and I really just don't know. Doge Cult member says says jazz works good in the morning. Hedge Trimmer 10 says little known fact: the first Blade movie saved the Marvel studio. I did not know that. All right, let me see if I can figure out where we're going in price here. Give me 1 second. I still do believe that we're tied very heavily to the market. The market's futures are looking like a negative decline in price, opening up to about 0.5% or more going into this morning. So we've got a little bit of downwards pressure showing up. Let's see here. The VIX is up 2.2 in the pre-market, and I'm actually showing VIX up right now 6.84. All right. We're moving down. Let's see. Where's SSR trip? Because I don't think I changed. Trip's at 1310. Let me fix that up real quick. Why isn't that showing up on here? Come on, Weeble, you gotta fix your stuff, man. Won't even show my price on my line. Um, 1310 actually seems doable. It's only a buck and 20 cents down from where we're at currently. So I'm gonna go with 12.95 to 15.95, which is actually very close to what I had for last Friday. Last Friday I had 12.90 to 15.90. We actually closed really darn close to that, the middle ground, which was 14.40. But I'm gonna go 12.95 to 15.95. I'm getting some pretty heavy buffering here, guys. I'm gonna try and resolve that real quick. Okay, it's nothing on my side. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't know why it's buffering, but it is. Yeah, there's not much I can do, guys, as in regards to in regards to the stream. It is what it is. I take what I can get. I'll try to do some testing tonight and see if I can't resolve some of the problems, maybe a little bit for tomorrow. We got about 7 more minutes here and market opens, maybe 6 minutes. Yeah, it's not. I'm trying to see if I want to do like a speed test just to see. There's something I kind of wanted to share with you guys. It's like a 2-minute video, but I think I'm gonna wait until after market opens just to see if my internet connection doesn't clear up a little bit. I don't know what the deal is. It's popping in and out. I'm getting buffered, and it's not my end. There's nothing that I'm doing differently from my end as far as internet usage goes. So the buffering's coming from my ISP. Let me check Down Detector. That is one that a website that I use quite often when there's issues. Looks like ADT is getting hit right now, but that's about it. I'm not really seeing anything else. There are some spikes in some of the different, like T-Mobile, AT&T, which is what I have for an ISP, Verizon. They are getting a little bit of spiking going on right now, but they're not in the red. Fred says it's the Chinese space debris from re-entry. I know, right? Oh man. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I tweeted out what I want to show you guys. So in case it, if the stream does get cut, just simply go look at my tweets, my retweets, and just check out the newest one that you see there from Illuminati Bot. And I thought it was a really good video. I'm gonna play that when I come back from Market Open. Yeah, short interest rate now. Carlos should be up on the page so you can see it there, but it's at 19.51. On Rev, yeah, this will probably get me. This will probably shut me down here. As soon as I read off this number, I'm gonna head into the intro. Rev is at 77.89%. Yeah, I actually did all that last night, subbed as the boss. It's not me, man. I promise you, it's not me. This issue is coming from external. I did all that last night. I can go for at least a week, sometimes 2 weeks without any problems at all. So especially after doing all that the night before, I should be fine right now. So there's no reason for this. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you guys after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. Body and beats, I stain my sheets, I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end, she is starting to cry. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. When I'm out walking, I strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. And I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Body and beats, I stain my sheets, I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end, she is starting to cry. When I'm walking, strut my stuff, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. It's good to see everybody back again. Hopefully, you guys had a wonderful weekend and you are well rested, got those batteries recharged, and you're ready for another week of trading because that's what we're doing. We are here to trade another week. I had somebody ask, do I have any tools in regards to detecting, whether I'm getting shorted on the live stream. The one tool that I do have, which I think tells me a lot about my ISP, is probably test.com. And, I can see if I'm dropping packets or whatever. That's typically the case, and it does tend to happen. I expect things to kind of get a little bit better once kids go back to school, because I know kids are out right now and internet's getting used up in the neighborhood by those kids. But once they go back to school, I should see some of that clear up quite a bit. So we'll see what happens. But not my kids specifically, but just in general in the neighborhood. But the title for today is "Welcome to a New Month. I'm ready for some rain. Rain of pain." I'm ready for it, guys. I can envision the price pushed down just prior to earnings reports, or even on earnings report day. I expect something like that to come along our way. Let's see, reading through what you guys are saying. Brian says hedgies of vapor. Guys, when I do get shorted like that, make sure that you hit live every once in a while, because it'll tend to kick you guys back, some extra time. So hit the live button on the screen and make sure you're up to date. That way we're all talking about the same thing at the same time. Otherwise, we'll have this like delay, massive delay between what you're hearing and talking about. Let's take a look at this video that I wanted to show you guys here. I think this is kind of cool. I don't know who this is, but man, I really agree with what she's saying. You might have to throw on a little tinfoil hat here, but let's take a listen real quick. I'm gonna drop the volume just a tad because I don't know how she's gonna come through.
Cash was illegal, the big notes, and 70% of the economy crashed. This digitalization is now going all over the world.
All right, let's start from the beginning. It's 2 minutes and 5 seconds of your life. Here we go.
You know, my country was the first where they made cash illegal. 2016, digitalization was forced in the country. 8 o'clock in the evening announced midnight, cash was illegal, the big notes. And 70% of the economy crashed. This digitalization is now going all over the world, and there's a war on cash. They call it war on cash. Because cash is merely a medium of exchange. It has no value in itself. It's just a promise. You read the dollar note, it says, I promise to pay the bearer. When it's digital, even a credit card, you know, you're giving rents to the global financial system. But when it's cryptocurrency in the hands of algorithms, in the hands of big tech, they will do what is happening in China. Create social credit system to decide a new caste system. And you might have also followed that while all this has been happening, the founder of the World Economic Forum did a book called The Great Reset on how to deal with the COVID crisis. And everything we're seeing unfold is part of that Great Reset. But an element of that Great Reset is you will own nothing. Now, I'm a believer in the commons, and it would be so good if all land was a commons, if all seed was a commons, if food was a commons, if health was a commons, so that we had strong public health systems, strong community health system, deep knowledge about being healthy. But when Paul Schwab says, you will own nothing, he's saying we'll own it all. That's why you have Gates, not just owning the seed, wanting to own our food. One, of course, controls the health, and now owning land. This, if ever there was a time for humanity to wake up, now is the time.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't know about you guys, but that puts like a little bit of a seed in the middle of my throat. It's like, holy, that makes you gulp a little. You're like, oh my gosh.
You know, my country was the first where they made
Ugh. That like makes you gulp a little, like, dang. Throw on that tinfoil hat. Nothing like starting off the morning with a little bit of a threat, isn't it? I don't know what her name is. Steven says, what's her name? I don't have no idea. No idea what her name is. Let me see here. I don't see. If I click on it, it doesn't tell me who she is. I have no idea who she is. I don't care. Because what she's saying is the words are more important to me, what she's saying, than who she is. But it doesn't say. Highway Frog says, sounds like the biggest Canadian convoy ever assembled coming September 11th. Jeff says, cash is, I hope in the next 10 to 15 years, cash is still king because crypto scares me big time. Yeah, it scares me too, man. It really does scare me. Alex Reed says, only in death will we be named. Fight Club, man. Great quote. Great quote. I love it. If only I could remember. What was his name? Paul. Oh shoot, I always forget his name. Help me out. I'm not even gonna search it. I'm just gonna let you type it in. Was it Paul something? Paul. I can't remember. It looked like a sticker to me, Doge Cult member. Oh, I talked about the chess match this morning. Sub has the boss. Man, it was rough. I knew I was going into that getting a butt kicking. There was no way I wasn't getting a butt kicking out of that meeting of the minds to play chess. I knew it was coming. That's why I told him the only way that I was going to submit to that kind of suffering and pain was to be able to have a voice. I lost every game. I lost both games. I played two games with Steven and lost both. The first one was the worst. It was over pretty quick, man. It was nasty. The second one I gave him a little bit more of a run for his money, but still a loss. Robert Paulson, that's what it was. Okay. Robert Paulson. Man, that was such a great movie. I don't know about you, Alex, but Fight Club is on my top 10 list. It is definitely up there. I mean, it's a great movie all around. If you guys haven't seen Fight Club, you need to go see that. That is like it's a it's a really darn good movie. Did you guys happen to notice that some liberty was given to the words that were typed across the screen for that? I noticed that one of them was Klaus Schwab. I don't I don't think it's I thought it was Charles. I don't know I don't know if it's Klaus, but I don't know, maybe it is Klaus. Let's see. Oh, it is. Holy crap. I thought it was Charles. No, she's talking about Klaus Schwab, executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. No, she was right. It was Klaus Schwab. I don't know, man. Son of a gun. Of course, it's not Charles Schwab. I thought she was talking about Charles Schwab. Klaus Schwab. I guess that I was wrong. But the other part to that, though, I know there was a couple other words that were in there that were not accurate. She said something. She said nothing, which is the one that I keyed on as well. That own nothing, and I think they said they wrote down a different word in there. Klaus Schwab. I gotta look this guy up. I know I know I saw a documentary on this guy not too long ago. Um, oh man, this guy looks like a major rabbit hole. Actually, I just saw something when I was on break on this, and it was listed by the same exact person on Twitter. Might as well play it. I didn't realize that's who that was. Hmm. Hold on a second. I'm gonna play it. I think I am. Maybe not. I'm looking to see if I can find the video because I know Illuminati bot posted something earlier on, and I saw it on my Twitter feed, and it was about Klaus Schwab, or at least it had him in the videos. Oh, here it is. I think I found it. Hold on a second. Yep, this is it.
Financial world order.
Sorry about that. This is like serious tinfoil hat stuff.
I'm going to tell it to you straight. I'm going to tell you the truth. Our darkest days are ahead of us, not behind us. And now's the time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there. Let's clap for that, you stupid bastard.
This will be the time because you really need world order, financial world order.
This alternative vision argues that ordinary men and women are too small-minded to govern their own affairs. That order and progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign.
We are here to develop the great narrative, the story for the future.
There he is.
But in order to shape the future, you have first to imagine the future, you have to design the future, and then you have to execute.
I'm going to tell it to you straight. I'm going to tell you.
It's like you start watching this kind of stuff too much, guys, and then you start you really start going down these like dark rabbit holes. Be careful out there. I'm not telling you guys that they're wrong, but I'm just saying be careful when you go down these holes, these rabbit holes, because man, I'll tell you what, you can get dark real quick, real fast. So be careful. I don't like to subscribe to too much conspiracy stuff out there, but I mean, I definitely know that some of what it is that they're talking about is not too far from the truth as well. Tell Dog says tinfoil equals reality. Oh, shoot, son of a gun. I forgot to mention it. I'm not prophecy. It wasn't for me. If you guys, thank you for reminding me though. Keith has his Monday morning Twitter space call. It's at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, which means he's 20 minutes into it. And I'm gonna go ahead and put his name in Twitter here. This is the guy that was doing the predictions on price movement based off of the order book, and he said he was going to be putting on a class this morning. So there it is right there. If you want to look him up on Twitter, it's Keith Indicator. Go check him out, and you can go watch his space call on order books, doing a class on order book reading. So if you guys want to go check that out, you're more than welcome. Thank you for bringing that back up. I appreciate it. I wasn't having him on here. But I appreciate you bringing that up though, prophecy guy, because I did want to mention that this morning. I completely spaced it. But yeah, 9:30 this morning. In fact, let me see if I can find his space call. 1 second here. I'm gonna look and just see if I can find it. Keith Indicator. He is speaking. How to read the algorithms code scalping the market. He's got 26 other listeners in there. I'd give you guys. I'm gonna actually share it on my Twitter. So in case you guys want to follow it, you can go straight to my Twitter, and it's posted there, and you can go straight to it. Since I hadn't mentioned this earlier, I'll throw out the price predictions for the day today. I've got 12.95 to 15.95. Eric has 13.50 to 16.50. Keto has 13.13 to 16.13. Monty has 15.01 to 18.01. Wait a minute, is that right? Let me go back up and see if that's right. I feel like I didn't update his numbers, but I'm pretty sure that I did. I'll go back and look and see later. Make sure I got it right, but I'm pretty sure I updated it. It's all effed up. That sucks. That really sucks that it's all jacked up. I'll send him a message and let him know. Thank you for saying something, but I'll send him a message. Fortunately, I don't know if he'll get the message. Let me try listening real quick. Okay, so I'm listening to it right now, Tell Dog, and it sounds fine to me.
Can you hear fine? Yeah, you're good. Okay.
All right. It sounds good to me too. You might want to just perhaps leave Tell Dog and then go back in and see if it doesn't clear up for you. I love the win. Says morning. Is everyone ready for earnings? I am, man. I cannot wait for it. I really want to see what the numbers are going to be. Oh, he's recording it. Awesome. That's good. I know I had asked him about it, about whether he would record it, and I think I did. Pretty sure I talked to him about it and told him that I told you guys. Yep, I did. I told him, I said I had a few asking if the live stream could be recorded. I told them likely not, since you were pretty clear that you don't want to have a record or record for Hedgies to see. But if he's going to record it, that's awesome, man. And I would imagine that he's possibly recording maybe because of the fact that you guys requested it. So that's cool. I'm glad that's working out for you guys. Nikki, good morning. Nikki, I listened to that song that you put up there in the music suggestions, and I don't like. I'm gonna have to figure out like the day where that's gonna fit in, because I just don't. I'm struggling. Yeah, oh, no, it's a great song. Don't get me wrong, it's a great song. I just don't. I gotta get a day where I feel like it might apply to something here. A sexy day, yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Like, we need to have a sexy day for sure. Force says there are two things that are eternal: the battle between good and evil, and the success of the Casey Shaw show. Success in just trying to get the feed to actually work, right? Oh man. We got about 4 more minutes here, guys, and we'll cover the numbers. MCon says that song always reminds me of living in the East Village, New York City. I don't know why. 2 feet. Love is a bitch. I've never lived in New York City, so I don't know. Let me ask you a question. Since you're admitting to being in New York City, let me ask you a question, MCon, because I've always been curious about this. Um, and I know this is going to sound like an idiotic question, but you have to just remember that I'm not from where you live, so I don't know what it's like. But in your opinion, in New York City, like when I watched Seinfeld growing up, I couldn't get past the fact that like they were always running into each other like all over the place in New York City, and it always used to bother me because I would always sit there and think to myself like, there's no way New York City folks, from that live on one side of town and some that live on the other side of town are meeting up consistently all the time in these random locations. They're just happening to run into each other. And so I'm curious from your perspective, like, is it like that in New York City? Do you feel like you run across some of the same people all the time that don't even live anywhere near you? Like, is it just me, or does that seem like unrealistic? It happens if you go to the same places. It just always feels like I always felt like when I was watching Seinfeld that it was just too. Okay, MCon's saying it's rare, maybe the same neighborhood, but other than that, no. Yeah, see, I mean, you got a big population there in New York City, and to have people run into the same. I mean, I can imagine like if you're living in a certain block or a certain neighborhood, you probably frequent some of the same places, you see the same people. But if somebody doesn't live like around you, you probably don't see them ever. I don't know. I just always thought it was kind of weird. You got a case of the hot cotch. That's what you got going on there, Tell Dog. I went in there and listened to it for just a brief second, and it sounded fine to me, but I don't know. Yeah, see, that makes sense. I get it. Like the soup Nazi, isn't that what the soup kitchen? I forget what they called that place. I think it was like soup Nazi or something like that. But anyways, I can understand that, like meeting up at a place where you guys like a diner, where you always have your table that you sit at or whatever. I get that. It was just the other places that they were meeting up, just like, the smoke shop or something with the Indians, the totem pole or whatever it was that they. You remember that? Do you remember that episode with the Indian um, totem store or whatever it was, and they were always like meeting out? It's like, what the heck? Lobo is saying bad audio and key space call. All right. Well, that's two people now reporting that. Highway Frog says 800 people in our tower, and everyone knows whose dog is lost. That's pretty funny. All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and head over to my broker and refresh. I'm gonna go to the other page, so I'm not gonna be able to see what you guys are writing from here on forward. If you have something you want me to respond to, hold that thought until after I get through with the numbers. This is our first run through of the day of the numbers after market open. So I'm going to go through all the numbers in detail, so it's going to take a little bit longer than usual. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It might help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. and try it out. Now would be a great time to try it out. See if you like it. See if you run into any problems, and decide whether you want to keep it or not. It might help save you. It might make things more frustrating. I know for me, if I log in through the computer, it requires me to put in a two-factor authentication, but if I log in through my phone, it doesn't. Alrighty, let's take a look at these numbers here. What do we got going on? Starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tallies. I won last week, amazingly. I don't know how that happened. It never usually does. But I did. I squeaked it out and got the I squeezed out the win. Looking at short exempt volume, it was down a little bit. I think it went from like 160, I think, on Thursday, 123 on Friday. Utilization, we're at 120 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Day-over-day price increase, we had a decrease of 0.14% in price on Friday. Max pain for this week is starting out at $14. We are currently at $14.65. Taking a look at off exchange, I would expect to see around 44% in the off exchange and CBOE EDGX at about 10 to 11%. Let's see where they are currently. Considering how price is moving up, those numbers are actually kind of high. 54.86 and 13.29, giving us a grand total of 68.15% of our total volume going through off exchanges so far. Looking at institutional ownership, that was down by about 200,000 shares, maybe 150,000 shares. Let's give that a refresh and see if it's still the same. Currently reporting 190.553 million shares owned by institutions. No change since this morning. Ortex data. So far this morning, according to Ortex, we're seeing a borrow amount of 258,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short interest of the free float to 19.5%. Cost to borrow average is at 10.21, which is a little elevated compared to last week. CTB max is at 13.33 and min is at 8.6. Our shares on loan went down a little bit by about 150 million, 1.5 million shares, and is currently at 142.91 million. We'll take a look at some of those numbers more in detail here in just a minute after we look at the options. Taking a look at the options. Right after I move a page. Actually, a couple pages. All right, as far as those options go, highest amount of volume so far this morning is at a $15 strike price. That's the same thing as what it was last Friday. Currently, there's a reporting of 3.9 thousand contracts. That's actually a fair number. It's not too high. It's not too low. It's a good number. Somewhere between 3.5 to 4,000 contracts in the first half hour is not bad. On the put side, the highest amount of volume currently at a $14.50 strike, which is up 50 cents from last Friday. And there's currently 900, well, I'll just say 1,000 contracts because it's really close. So we have almost a 4-to-1 ratio in call volume versus put volume, and the spread is signaling a market close perhaps somewhere today around $14.50 to $15 as of right now. I do want to note here that there's quite a big spread in open interest. The highest amount of volume currently for $20 strike price, there's 7,500 contracts. For a $12 strike price on the puts, there's 2.1 thousand contracts. So there's quite a big... Actually, you know what? I just noticed something. It's 3,000 contracts. I have 2.1 listed. It's actually 3,000 contracts. I'm not sure if that updated. Now I got to go down to 20 and see if that did. Yep. Those numbers are updated, so I'm going to go ahead and... Do I change them? I don't know what to do. Yeah, I should change these. It was 8.8 thousand. Okay, I'm going to change these open interest numbers. So we got 8.8 thousand contracts at $20 strike for calls, and for a $12 put strike, we have 3,000 contracts. Almost a 3-to-1 in ratio, and then that's a really big spread between the two numbers. You know, signaling perhaps maybe a close at the end of the week, maybe around $16. But max pain is currently 14. Taking you to Ortex so you can see what some of this data looks like over time. There's your 120 straight trading days of 100% utilization. On loan amount, there's your decrease from 144.45 million shares on loan to 142.91. The on loan average age per day went up when the on loan amount went down, which means that newer positions were closed. It went from 53.66 to 54.81. The estimated short share interest of the free float should drop. And it did from 19.59 to 19.49. If that's short interest that they're closing out, and it does appear like some of it was. Security lending volume almost doubled day over day. On Friday, it went from 6.56 to 11.06. AMC is currently trading 27th on Fidelity based off of Fidelity's orders, with a 59% buy, a 41% sell ratio, and GME currently coming in 25th with a 60% buy to 40% sell ratio. SSR triggers at $13.10. It looks like they did return some shares earlier this morning. I wasn't watching earlier, but it looks like they returned shares and then they borrowed them again. So we've got about 120,000 there, 125, 135, 140, 1.4, sorry, 0.14 out of the available, and just returns in the ETFs. I'm going to round up on the 0.14 to 0.15. So it's going to put us at 1.1 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. On the options, it looks like Stonko Tracker's reporting the 5th data now. It wasn't reporting earlier this morning. There's currently 73.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 16.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 21.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 7.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. I like to see out of the money call contracts stay under 100K. This early in the week at 73 already is kind of high. I would imagine by the end of the week, those numbers will be higher. NASDAQ is up 0.49, Dow Jones is up 0.12, S&P 500 is up 0.18. We currently have 4,001 decliners to 2,729 advancers. For the markets to be green and have more decliners than advancers means that it's mostly blue chips that are heading up right now. That's what that tells me. I feel like this is mainly blue chips. And so what you'll see is when I switch over to the next page, likely the IWD and Bs will be up, and then we'll see that the IWM is down. Okay, so IWD is actually down as well. IWB is up. Those are probably the large caps. IWM is indeed down though. The VIX is currently at 5.49% up and at 2250. IWB is up 0.19. IWD is down 0.13. IWM is down 0.42. Tesla is up 4.1. Amazon is up 2.42, Cinemark is down 0.52, Doge is up 1.54, Bitcoin is up 0.71, GME is up 2.88, HYMC is down 2.91, Hood is down 1.49, NCMI is down is up rather 3.43, and AMC is up 0.41%. Inflow versus outflow, there's about $200,000 more in inflow than outflow, roughly. And 4.71 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace that puts us on. After 42 minutes of trading, we're on pace for 43.7 million shares traded for the day today, which is probably a lot lower than what I anticipated, but I do have a prediction of 20 to 40 million by the end of the day. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.91, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.1, which is average. On an hourly, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.06, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.36, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.65, which is above average. And on the Ichimoto cloud, on the hourly, prices at 1467. To get out of the cloud, we needed to be above 1466. So we are just now exiting the cloud on this side. You can see that the conversion line, it's really hard to see this gold line right here, but you can see the conversion line is heading up towards the base. And we currently have the lagging line right on the price line. So it's heading towards the right direction to see a bullish move on price. Let's take a look at the 4-month. We need to see the conversion cross the base and the price lagging indicator rather rise above the price line. On the 4-hour, we have base dropping down to meet the conversion, and let's see if they're the same value. The base is at 1470 and the conversion's at 1465. The lagging line is still below the price line, but price is starting to head up. If price moved above this, if price were to move up throughout the day today, you would potentially see conversion line probably break through the base, and this would become probably a pretty strong buy signal, but it wouldn't be until after 15.15 maybe in price, maybe 15.10, and that would be in the later portion of the day today, around 1600 Eastern. Volatility is pinching down here. You can see volume is dropping off, and prices remaining relatively close to that simple moving average as that volatility decreases. Difficult for me to say which direction we're heading just as of yet. I do want to note that at $16, and these values aren't showing anymore, but I think this is 1605 maybe. Hold on a second. Give me a second. $15.89 is the new value. That's really stupid that it's not showing up over here. But at 1589, that should be the price that we need to break through in order to see price really start running decently. Like just, we want to see a hard breakthrough 1589. Let me just verify that that's correct. 1382. Yeah, that's correct. So basically what I'm doing is I'm adding 15% to 1382 and saying, okay, once we break past that 15% mark and we break past it pretty good, we should see price really start to run. So we need to get past that 1382, or not 1382, but the 15. What did I say? 1589. Yeah. I don't know why, but for some reason or another, oh, they got templates now. What the heck is that? Ah, there we go. It looks like they turned off. So if you're using Webull and you're running into the same problem, it looks like they've turned off. They have now settings that you can set up for your prices, and if you go in those settings, you can turn on the values on the y-axis. But I'm actually gonna change this and get it 1589 exactly. That's cool. I'm gonna have to experiment around with those templates. I'm not sure what those do. With that, I can see what you guys are writing again now. Doge Colt member says eating eggs now, so I will squeeze out a win in like 20 minutes. So guess what I made this weekend? I didn't take a picture. I don't know why I didn't take a picture of that. Maybe I'll take a picture of it for lunch and then post it up on the Discord. But I made well, it's kind of weird because my family calls it egg salad, but I actually put potatoes in the egg salad, but not very many. It's kind of it's hard to notice, but it does act as a filler. And I bought a rotisserie chicken from Costco, and then made this egg chicken salad, and man, super yummy. I love the win says, can we do a poll to see who thinks we will go green or go red or stay flat with earnings? Absolutely. That's actually not a bad one. I'd like to kind of see what people tend to think. You're talking about by earnings, or are you talking about by Friday? Because I think the good question would be, what do you think we'll do by the end of Friday? And I would say that since we opened up today at 1431, we should call that the even. I think 1431 should be the break even point. We'll just call open. Z-Wade Photo says potatoes and egg salad, Casey, with the stereotype. Probably adds raisins to tater salad. No, no raisins in that, please. No. Yeah, earnings are on the 4th. So you basically have like one day after earnings of trading. And the earnings come out at like 2:30, I believe. So you got it after hour trading. You've got an hour, no wait, half hour of trading plus after hour market, pre-market, trading day the next day, and aftermarket hours. So let me put in the numbers here. We're gonna include we're just gonna include to close on Friday, not necessarily aftermarket hours. So close on Friday only. So the question will be, so I'm gonna put in an unfair answer in here. I'm gonna put an outlier in here. This is gonna skew it. I don't know if I want to skew it though. Yeah, I'll take it out. I won't put it in there. Don't worry about it. I love to win. It's not a problem. Alrighty, so we've got the question to the poll today is, where will AMC close on Friday after earnings? Above 1431, 1431, or below 1431? Be interesting to see. I don't want to skew. I was going to put in there my fourth answer. I was going to give everybody a chance to put in was 2 weeks, but I decided to leave this more of a fair fight. Jordan says, "Dang, a Midwestern's dream, an egg, potato, and chicken salad all in one." Dude, it's really funny. Like my dad used to call it potato salad because it had potatoes in it and it was eggs, and so he didn't call it an egg salad. If my dad ever made egg salad, it would be just strictly just eggs, right? But my dad would make potato egg salad, and it's legit. It's really good. That potato salad with the egg in it is it's primo. And that's really what it is. It's a potato salad with chicken, rotisserie chicken in it. It's pretty tasty. The only thing the only thing that I didn't put in it was bacon. It's not bad with bacon. I will stream the earnings report on. I'm trying to think what I got to do on Thursday. I shouldn't have anything I'm needing to do, so I guess I can stream the earnings report, um, and I'll stay late that day. Yo, I almost put that in there. I almost put in, I don't care, just hold. And then I thought about putting in 2 weeks, and then I thought, nah, I don't want to give people those choices. But I mean, I'm with you though. It doesn't really matter one way or the other. Tell Dog's asking, do you make paninis with that, Casey? I have never really made a panini before. However, it would probably be really good. I hear you, Sammy. I hear you, man. But people still voted that it wasn't old yet. So, but I left it out. It's kind of like did you ever watch Family Guy, Sammy? Boy, I have a feeling you probably never seen Family Guy before. I think maybe the problem here, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but there might be like a cultural. Uh, if I'm not mistaken, you're not from the U.S., right, Sammy? Am I wrong? Maybe I'm not wrong. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong on this. If you are from the U.S., I apologize. I might be confusing with somebody else. But if you're not from the U.S., there might be a little bit of a yeah. See, you're from the U.K. There might be a little bit of a cultural difference here. Um, Here in the United States, we have something that's called we have kind of like this weird sense of humor where things that are very super repetitive are like super funny to us. Um, I don't know why, but it is. We're sick. We're sick in the head over here in the U.S., man. We have a sick sense of humor. See, Brian's coming in with the "Did you hear about Melvin?" Melvin Capital. Sammy, see, yeah, giggity. It never gets old, man. I saw I saw a clip just this weekend of Quagmire finding out that there was porn on the internet for the very first time. It was it was hilarious. If you haven't seen the clip of Quagmire finding out about porn on the internet, that's something to watch. It's pretty funny. Nikki's like, wait, what? Welcome to the internet, Nikki. Sammy Boy says there's a Quagmire deep in all of us. Yes, that's right. Tell Dog is like a week later. He comes stepping out of his house, and what's his face? He's, he's like, Quagmire, we haven't seen you forever. Where you been? He's like, oh man, I've been just, I've been on the internet. But his arm's like, he's like, I just came out to get my mail, and he like points at his mailbox, and his left arm is just like ripped beyond belief. And Peter Griffin goes, uh, wow, Quagmire, looks like you've been hitting the weights. Quagmire's like, no, no, not the weights. It was so funny. I laughed so hard. Oh man. Yeah. Giblets, Nikki. Giblets. Family Guy's I like Family Guy. Totally not appropriate, but it's funny. I think most of us most of us Beavis and Butthead fans probably graduated to Family Guy, and then maybe Futurama. Both of those were some of my favorites. Out of curiosity, how many of you guys liked Ren and Stimpy back in the day? Kind of curious how many people liked that. I put it up as a poll, but we got something else up already. Let me check the news real quick here and see if we got any new news going on. I'll try not to read you guys something from 2 weeks ago. Nothing there. Let's make sure Adam Aaron's not posting anything right now. There was so last night I had an opportunity to go onto Steven. Well, I think he goes by just another ape now, but Super Steven. I went on to his show last night so he could kick my butt in chess, and it was a real butt kicking. And I think he probably went a little bit easier on me the second round just because he wanted to make it, entertaining. But he really handed it to me the first round. And but anyways, we started talking about real estate. Real estate was one of the subject matters that we kind of hit up a little bit. We also talked about credit card because I know we had talked about it here before. Credit cards and where are people putting their money right now? Are we seeing defaults in credit cards? So I had given him a link that he could check up on, and I'll give it to you guys here as well. I don't want to leave no ape left behind. So this is a link to the Fed's website that where they collect data here on microeconomic data for household debt and credit reporting. And what they have here is they have this really cool chart on household debt showing student loans, credit cards, other mortgage, auto loans, and home equity lines of credit. I really wouldn't look too much at the home equity lines of credit. Well, that's refinancing. So yeah, I would look at that. One of the interesting things that I saw was this dip right here starting at about it's showing 2021 of Q1 going forward. So basically, auto loans took a big dip. Credit card, let's see, this is other debt right here. Student loans was taking a big dip as well throughout that period of time. And then also auto loans were taking a dip. Everything was pretty much taking a dip during that Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 of last year. And my suggestion is that there could have, potentially some of the extra money that came in from the government was probably paying down some of that credit. But you can see they're all, not all of them, but most of these are starting to hook upwards. The only one that's still continuing downwards is the student loan amount. These numbers are reported from Q1 of 2022, so I would imagine that the next reporting should be coming in here pretty soon. But if we start seeing these numbers start spiking really quickly, like you see back here in 2008, you know it's coming, right? Like it's right around the corner. So that's kind of one of the things that I'm kind of watching a little bit right now. And then another thing that we had talked about, and I brought his name up here, Nick Gorelli. If you don't follow him on Twitter, you might, if you're from Texas, it might concern you a little bit more than anywhere else. But Nick Gorelli, when I first saw him, I don't remember exactly what it was. I think for some reason or another, his YouTube channel came up on my feed, and I watched one of his YouTube streams on some of the information that he's kind of giving out to people, saying like there's some very like really no bueno stuff going on in the market, in the housing market. And if I scroll down quite a bit here, let me see. I think this is probably one of the home builder stock mania. DR Horton stock price versus home buyer traffic. Home buyer traffic looks like it's falling massively. But I think one of the first ones that I keyed in on that I showed before was this. Home builders are in deep trouble. NAHB reporting a 46% collapse in home buyer traffic in the last 6 months. Buyer demand for new homes crashing back to 2014 levels. Yikes. If I pull this up a little bit bigger here, the last time it was this low, like he said, was 20. What did he say? 2014. This is a pretty big drop here. This drop right here was just prior to 2020, 2019. But it's starting to dip again. I'm kind of curious where we're at now. As this was just, looks like he just reported up to 2022. Doesn't look like you have the next two data points. I'm curious where those are going, but he's got some good information, some good videos that I think that are out there. This is another one of his. This one's crazy to me because this was posted July 15th. This is only like half a month ago, right? Major home price crash in Austin, Texas, according to Zillow. Negative 3.5% value drop in 1 month. That annualizes to negative 42% in a year if sustained. Worst monthly decline on record. That's right, worse than 2008. Other cities also impacted. I just want to let you guys know, and I'm not trying to brag about my city or nothing, but we have a new Apple facility here. Tesla just moved their headquarters here and just built a gigafactory. Samsung's just breaking ground on a new semiconductor plant. And I think there was one more. I think there was one other big business that did some. Close to where I live, there's a new Walmart distribution center. There is a lot of jobs opening up around here, and high tech jobs on top of that. There's a lot of engineering that's moving here, and home value should be shooting up, not down. Like, this shouldn't be happening. There's a lot of people wanting to buy homes here, but yet price is falling. And I have a feeling people are probably having a hard time getting home loans. That might be part of it. Oh man, you know what, Marco? I forgot about South Park. South Park's pretty good too. I don't know how I forgot South Park. Forrest, I got you down, man. 15 to 100K, got you. Penny says the new Silicon Valley. I don't know if I go that far, but I mean it's we're definitely building up. I don't know if I definitely wouldn't call it the new Silicon Valley, but it's developing quite nicely. And to see home prices falling like that. Brian Carpenter says, and you have pluckers. We do have pluckers here. Forrest says, Casey, I'm selling my house now, and my buyers had to extend their date because their loan didn't come through. Fort Worth, Texas area. Dude, I'm telling you, man. Fork says, I'm a subscriber to Nick's YouTube channel. I'm telling you guys that, like, he's got some good, like, if there's us apes are guilty of something. We get into these bubbles. We get in these bubbles of community where we're not like reaching outside of our community and taking a look at the bigger picture of things that are happening around us. I know we are, but we need to do a better job of it. And so what I'm trying to say is that it excites me to know that there's people like, for example, Forks, who are subscribing to people like Nick, who has nothing to do with AMC whatsoever, but you're paying attention to your surroundings, and that's good. So my hat's off to you. That's awesome. I hope you guys are looking at those kind of things in your area too, because these are all signs about what is potentially coming. So I know you hear me talk about it all the time. You hear a lot of, maybe you hear, I don't know. I don't feel like mainstream media is doing a good enough job of letting people know that things are looking kind of nasty. So it's you got to keep your eyes open. Keep those antennas up. Aaliyah says they killed Kenny. Wait, I gotta show you guys again. Hold on a second. This is so funny. I gotta find it. Hold on a second. Where did it go? What the heck? Hold on a second. I thought I had something that I'm not finding now. This is gonna bother me. Hey, myself, if you're watching, what happened? Where did you put that South Park picture? Because I'm going back through and I'm not positive. I may have saved it in one of my folders, but I'm not finding it now. Hold on one second, guys. I'm gonna take you to the other page for just a minute. When I did my reboot last night, I forgot to open up everything. So whenever I do that, I always got to make sure, and I have to take you guys to the other page while I open that up. Where the heck did I put that? I had plans for this picture, and it's gone now. That's frustrating. Oh, this is gonna really upset me. All right, well, I'm gonna have to send myself a message and say, hey, where's that picture? Because anyways, I was gonna show you guys a South Park picture that myself made that had he turned me into a South Park character. Yeah, I talked about it earlier this morning. Carlos was like 77%. You're like the second person to ask this question though. Like it's almost like somebody's like people are trying to like make a point or something like that. Like what's the deal? Why are you the second person who's asking what short interest is on two different positions? Are you trying to make a comparison? It's like we're not allowed to specifically talk about other positions anymore. So this is like the new way of getting me to show people some. I don't know, man. What's the purpose? What do you want to know? I mean, because I'm just curious. Maybe I can do this online and see. Let me just check something real quick here and see if I can do this. Because I'm kind of curious if I just put in. I'm just curious if I can just find short interest by just typing it in and looking close. You can just type it in and you can actually get short interest. It's not accurate. I mean, it's not what Ortex is reporting, but you can get it. You can get it from Benzinga. It's a little bit on the high side in compared to what Ortex is reporting by about 10%, which is kind of high, but I'm just kind of curious, like, because you're not the first person to come in and ask that today. So I'm just kind of curious, like, what's the... No, no, no. I'm not saying you're trying to disrespect me. It's just this is the second time I've been asked that same exact question, and I'm just kind of curious if there's like a specific reason why people are asking for a comparison on both AMC, because AMC is already listed on the page. So why ask for AMC when it's already listed on the page? It's just kind of weird. Like, what's AMC and then what's Rev? You know what I'm saying? Like, why it's already, I don't know. Maybe you can't read it on the page here, but if you it's right below. Oh, how do I point that to you? Do you see where it says we are not financial advisors and this is not financial advice at the very bottom of the screen? If you look directly above advice, live short interest percentage of the free floats there at 19.5 for AMC. So I'm not trying to suggest that you're disrespecting. It's just really odd to me that there's multiple people coming in asking the exact same question, and almost like they're trying to get people to look at something going on someplace else. But I didn't take it as disrespect. Whew. Myself says it's magic. Don't worry, I still got it. Whoa, thank goodness. Because I'm looking all over for it. I had plans for it, and I could have sworn I saved it to my files, and I can't find it now. Joe says we don't talk about Bruno. I'll just go ahead and tell you, Carlos. I can remember off the top of my head. It's like 77% for Rev. War Dog says, Casey, did you hear about the short interest on Velvet Capital? I'm telling you guys, man, it's just weird. It's weird how you see patterns. And when you get like different people coming in and asking the same questions, and it's like, I don't know. It's like I know what's going to happen if I go over and I look at Rev. So let's do it. I mean, we might as well. You know, curiosity going to kill the cat here. But I'm sure they just want us to look at this. What's going on here? Well, I don't know. Maybe they weren't trying to get us to look at Rev. I don't know. Because there's not like I'm looking at the daily and I'm not seeing anything entirely impressive. But the answer is 77. If you're curious, I'll tell you what though. I will say this, Carlos, because I'm all about retail. Helping out retail to give information where needed. I'm going to say this: whenever you're getting into an investment, what I want you to do, and this is obviously not financial advice, but what I want you to do is I want you to go into fintel.com. You might have to create a profile, but it doesn't cost you anything, right? And then type in their search, you can type in the company name, right? And then look for the institutional ownership. In this particular case, what it looks like, and make sure you look up if it's a U.S. company. You want to make sure that you're looking up the U.S., right? Because sometimes they'll have like another exchange, not exchange. What am I looking for? Another country's position listed. So make sure you look up U.S. Rev institutional ownership when you click on it, and then go in and look and just see what your institutional ownership is of the position, and know what it is, know who it is and how much of it that they own. And what I'm going to tell you is this: if it's less than 30, if it's less than, yeah, I'm going to go 30. If it's less than 30%, then you're riding a bicycle without a chain. If it's greater than 60%, then you're playing with the big boys, and you might, if you're not careful, really, really careful, you might end up being the bag holder. I actually might want to raise that to 70%. 60 to 70%. It's kind of hit or miss. You have less risk at 60, but more risk at 70. You probably could go as high as 70 and be okay, but you run the risk of anything higher than 70% being you're playing with the big boys, and so you better make sure and get yours before the big boys decide to leave the game. Because when the big boys leave the game, you become the bag holder, and you won't be able to sell fast enough. So just kind of consider that. Take that into consideration whenever you're looking at entering in a position with any company. Doesn't matter who it is. Just kind of look at that, because what you're looking at is institutional pressure, buying pressure and selling pressure. And what I want to tell you about that is that, and it has nothing to do with squeeze at all, right? Nothing to do with squeeze, but it just tells you, are there big players involved, and can they move the price? Are you going to get price movement out of institutions? And that's really what you want to know, because retail, guess what? Retail doesn't move price. It just doesn't. It's our average 3-month volume on AMC is 42 million shares a day on average. We move like 3 to 5 million of that, maybe 3 to 6 million of that every single day. That's it. That's all we do. The rest of it's institutions. I'm not going to look. MCon says, so what's the poll about? It was just, somebody asked if I could put up a poll on seeing if people thought we would close. So we opened up today at 1431. And so, people are kind of wondering, like, what is the general consensus? Do people think that after earnings on Friday, I know earnings are on Thursday, but when we close on Friday, will we close above or below? There's not really any rhyme or reason to it, because I'm holding one way or the other. It doesn't really matter to me, but I do think it's kind of interesting to see what people think. Ape News. Thank you, Sammy boy. NC Proud Dad, I don't do that. I mean, anybody can just go look at any stock ticker. What specifically do you want to see? Hey, you're welcome, Carlos. James. James is like, Cockles and Big Tramp are merging with LMNOP. Will Moon. Marco says, I do want to disrespect you, Casey. So with all that being said, can we look at all the tickers that are actually running for today? All of monkeypox stocks are flying. Massalorian, come on now. It's good to see you though, dude. Appreciate the compliment. You know, it's a good tool to look at, Carlos. I'm not saying that because the ownership is only at a certain amount that you can't have a run. I'm just saying that it's going to probably be short-lived if there is one. It's just 10% is like really low. Big Chief says Raiders suck. Carry on. It's good to have you on here, Massalorian. When is the earnings? I believe it's at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. No, wait, Central Standard Time, because they're in Canada. I always forget they're where I'm at. 2:30, I believe, Central Standard Time on Thursday, the 4th. I'm gonna have to go back and check and verify, but I think it's 2:30 Central. Institutional ownership of Snap, not a problem. Good old Snapple. Oh, nope, that's Snapchat. Just kidding. Institutional ownership is Snapchat, 66.24. It's like that gray area, right? I told you like it's like 60, 70, it's like it's getting close to that range. You're at the very top end here where it's starting to get kind of like weird, like uh, I don't know, it's like it's real close. Just be careful. You're playing with the big boys on this one. Time for the numbers. Let's take a look. Massalorian says, I don't care what the price is after the earnings. I can't have my shares till we are above 1072, new all-time high. Love you, Casey Force. Thanks, brother. Man, I'm with you. I almost put it in there. I really almost put it in there, Massalorian, that I wanted to put in, I don't care. I'm holding no matter what, or what, something like that. But I really wanted to get votes on up, down, or even by the end of the week. So you don't know how close I was. It was really, really close. When you look on Fintel, it shows zero institutional ownership for who? Michael Roberts, I'll have to take a look at that. HYMCZ and HYMCW. I'll have to take a look at it. Does 4 drinks prior to 10 a.m. make you an alcoholic? No. It just means you might be a night person. PGY? Okay, let's see PGY. U.S. institutional ownership. It does say 0. Make sure this is the correct one that you want. Pagaya Technologies Limited. If that's correct company that you wanted, it does show 0. Do note that this is reportings from last quarter. That doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly how many there is current. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't mean that institutions didn't buy into it recently. All right, guys, it is time for numbers. Let's take a look at them. Massalorian, take care, man. It sounds like you're out of here. Have a good one. Stay safe out there. Michael, I need to look into what it is you're talking about. Ooh, my stomach's rumbling. It's telling me it's time to eat some of that potato salad, chicken potato salad I made yesterday. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm going to take you over to the other page. Hold those thoughts directly for me as far as questions go. Prices at $14.98 currently. I won't be answering any other questions at this time, and I may not see what it is you write if you ask now. Just wait till you see the big tramp back up on the page again, and that's when I'll be seeing what you guys are writing. Give me just 1 second as I move some stuff around. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago, there was 54.86, and in the EDGX, it was 13.29. I would expect to see about 49% in the off exchange and maybe about 11 to 12 in the EDGX. Let's see where we're at. (59.04%) in the off exchange and 13.2 in the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 72.24% of our volume going through the largest portions of off exchange. It's a very large amount for this time in the morning. Looking at the Ortex data, so far reporting 244,000 shares having been borrowed, which is down from 258. That's not really going to have any change on the estimated short share interest of the free float percentage at 19.5. Cost to borrow is at 10.21, cost to borrow max at 13.33, and min is at 8.6. We did have a decrease in about 1.5 million shares on loan, and we are currently at 142.91. Taking a look at the options on the calls. At a $17 strike price, which is up $2 from what it was an hour ago. There was 3.9 thousand contracts at 15, and now at 17 there's 8.2 thousand contracts. On the puts, an hour ago the highest amount of volume was at 14.5. It still is, eking it out just barely. It went from 1,000 contracts to 1.7. Whew, we have a big number here. $4.8 times the amount of volume for call options and put options. And calls are at 17, puts are at 14.5. Looks like the market's kind of signaling for a higher closing price today than it was earlier. Somewhere maybe in the middle ground would be 15.75 would be the middle ground. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently 25th. We're moving up the list here. We have 60% buys to 40% sales now. GME coming in at 22nd with 59% buys to 41% sales. They dropped underneath that 60-40 ratio that I like to see. SSR triggers at $13.10. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they have indeed borrowed again at least 5,000 shares, but I'm not going to count that because they only count in increments of 50,000. I do want to note that fees are back up from 6.8 to 7% again. Currently, we have 73.6 thousand contracts out of the money versus 16.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 21.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 7.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Got a nice little run going on here right now on price. NASDAQ is up 0.57, Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the S&P 500 is up 0.14. We currently have 3,526 decliners to 3,291 advancers. The market is declining over advancing in the amount of securities that are declining, but the actual markets are up, which tells me that it's the large caps that are probably running price right now, the blue chips specifically. The VIX is up 5.25, IWB is up 0.18, IWD is down 0.07, IWM is down 0.12, Tesla is up 1.34, Amazon up 2.1, Cinemark up 0.38, Doge is up 1.59, Bitcoin is up 0.38, GME is up 2.46, HYMC is down 1.94, Hood is down 1.44, NCMI is up 0.34, and AMC is up 2.82%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $3 million more inflow than outflow, with 8.43 million shares having been traded so far after 98 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for about 33.5 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. It's I might end up being on the high side. We'll see. We have had some more higher volume here in the last, 10 minutes or so. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.87, which is just slightly below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.23, which is slightly above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.63, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.4, which is also above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 73, which is showing signs of being overbought, with price at $15.01. 1510 is a number that I suggested earlier today that would be kind of a magic number to finish above. However, I am waiting for us to break 1589 before I think we'll start to see a real run. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. NC Proud Dad says it's because in June they just had a SPAC merger. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense. You got to look in, yeah, you have to look into those kind of things, understand why it would be reporting what it's showing. Just on the surface, it's difficult for me to tell just looking at it. I'd have to dive into it and figure out like why is it doing, why would it suddenly be zero? James wants the cloud up. Yes, I can. So on the Ichimoto cloud for the hourly, you now have conversion just crossed base by 1 penny, and price and lagging line is above price line, and we are above the cloud. It's a heavy buy on the hourly. On the 4-hour, base is dropping down to meet conversion. Conversion's not heading up just as of yet, and also the lagging line is still below the price line. Not a heavy buy on the 4-hour yet. However, we're getting close to seeing some of those numbers. Technically speaking, James, what I'm going to tell you is this. The rule is that you're not supposed to buy when it's in the cloud. The rule doesn't say you can't buy below the cloud, but as long as the conditions of the conversion line heading above the baseline, and that the lagging line is above the price line. Now, if you look at this, the lagging line could be above could be above the price line. We're right here at like 1567, and the price would be under the cloud still. And by that time, our base would more than likely drop below the conversion. Conversion would be above base, giving a lot of day traders or swing traders of AMC a good buy point at around 1560. We'll just say 1560. That could potentially happen. But I see some more additional pressure coming at 1515 as well. 1510, 1515, right around there. On the Bollinger Band, there is a lot of volatility. Price has not been touching the top of the Bollinger Band. However, do note that my Bollinger Bands are always wider because I have it set up for a 3 sigma. The same rule still applies. Oops. The rule still applies to the 2 sigma, and so you can see we've been crawling up the backside to where some of this activity right here where we're touching the top of the Bollinger Band should push us back down towards that simple moving average. But like I said, I like having this set up on a 3 sigma. Yes, I think it is, MCon. Wolf of Tunisia, I don't know the answer to that, man. I really don't. I've been telling you guys for a while, one of the big things that tells me that a price increase is coming is on loan average age per day dipping. And I told you that sometime between the 21st of July to the 11th of August, we had that signal happen, meaning that another big price increase was coming. Now, whether or not you consider running from 1109 to 1837, which was a 65.6% increase in price, whether or not you consider that big or not, doesn't really matter to me. I think it's big, but this time we only went down to 1382 before making a move upwards. If we were to move up the same amount, another 65% upwards, you'd have to do some math. But let's see what that would 65.6. Let me just do some quick math here on the side. Yeah, 2288. If we were to see the same kind of gains as we saw from the last run, it could potentially move us up to the 2288 range. But I mean, it's all speculative. There's no way for me to tell you. On loan average age per day doesn't tell me how big the runs are going to be. It just tells me that a run's coming. John says, are any of you guys having problems logging into Interactive Brokers? I'm not. Cassius says, are they going to let price run today, thus attracting people into YOLOing into weekly options? Sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan, man. You know what I always say about them? It's they're a bunch of poop piles that they love people stepping in because it does nothing but make money for institutions. Sammy boy, like I was just saying, long institutions who I think are the ones that are controlling price right now. Everybody who's long on AMC. Carlos, in the description box of this channel, I've got a link to a list of brokers and what they did last year. I'm not going to tell you who's good and who's bad. And the reason I'm going to say that is because I don't know what's going to happen this time around. I wish I could tell you. I don't have a crystal ball. I really don't know what they're going to do this time around. But I do believe the history has a tendency to repeat itself. So if you want to look and see what brokers did last year, go take a look at that list because that list tells you what they did last year. I can't assure you that a good broker this year is, or a good broker from last year is going to be a good broker this year. I don't know that. I don't know that for a fact. So I can't really tell you. That's going to be something you're going to have to decide on your own. You may even want to diversify some of your shares into multiple brokerages to mitigate risk. It's up to you, man. It's how you wanna set yourself up. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Not a problem. I mean, there's drawbacks to like every single broker. There's advantages to some brokers. The only reason I have Webull up on the screen right now, Carlos, is that I like the aesthetics of what I'm looking at. It's just I like it. I like the colors. I like the ease of use. It works for a guy like me who has ADD and doesn't like a lot of features and functions and opportunities for me to forget where to find something, and it's just really simple to use. And I like that. So I'm a simple kind of guy. But that doesn't mean that this has to be your broker. I don't. I have 5 shares that I hold of AMC through this broker on Webull only because I was testing something, and when I got done, I had the money left over in the account, and so it said, well, I'll just put them into AMC. Why not, right? So, but I have another broker, and I'm not gonna say who, but sometimes I do say, but I have another broker, but I think I'm never gonna advertise to you who you should have as a broker because I really don't know what's gonna happen in the end game. And there was some information that came out a couple months back where I got kind of upset at my broker. So price is $14.98, guys. We broke back down underneath 15. Let me see if I can give you guys a good idea as to where we're moving since I'm going to go to break here. That's a tough one. Let's see if we consolidate here a little bit. Maybe this is a bullish pennant. If it is, I'm just going to draw a box where I think it might break out at. Yeah, that works. We'll see if that holds true. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be in this price range in here. I would look for some consolidation in here a little bit. I might drag this up just a tad, but maybe potential look for a potential breakout kind of in the time frame of like 12 to 12. Actually, I'm going to decrease this down to 1220. And I'm going to head to break here, guys. Let me just read through what you guys are saying, answer any other last questions, and then head out. Hey, not a problem, Carlos. Steven says, watch how fast those 85,000 shares to borrow turns into 500,000 shares to borrow. You're suggesting they're going to close out. Well, I mean, they'd have to close out short interest to do that, I think. But yeah, if you see that happening, then watch for price to start running if that's the case. I'm gonna refresh that one more time before I leave. Yeah, watch for that to happen. If it happens, you can almost bet for sure that they're closing out short positions. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take my break. Let me put the message up real quick, and I'll see you guys back at, let's make it 11:10. Alrighty, guys, see you in a bit.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
All right, guys, I'm back. What's going on here? So I suggested there could be a potential breakout right here, but I mean, the breakout was much earlier. So what I was kind of insinuating is that there was like a 10 period time here on a 5-minute interval, and I was thinking inside this box could potentially be a pennant situation. But obviously, as soon as I left for break, within or shortly thereafter, price started running all the way up to 1525. So that this was definitely not a pennant situation here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of look at this a little bit and see if I can't figure out where we're headed. I'm going to draw a trend line down here on the bottom side. I want to see, it looks like the way it's coming down so hard and so fast right now at 1502 from 1525, it almost seems like those they may have gotten enough of those options to be opened. I'm going to look at this support line right here and watch for a break on this. I'm just kind of curious where it's going to move to. It almost looks like we have a ascending broadening wedge. If we do, watch for price to break out of this ascending broadening wedge and potentially drop down to maybe that 1456 range. It might not go quite that low. Another stopping point might be right around that 1480 range as well. Although I would, based off of where it's at right now, a breakout, I would assume at least go. I don't know. It could potentially go down to that 1450 range. We'll have to kind of watch this and see where it's heading. Let's take a look at our numbers here. Let me see what you guys are writing real quick before I do. James is saying, Casey, I appreciate it. I'm trying to load up, Lord willing, and get the most shares for my hard-earned money, man. I'll tell you what. That's what all of us really want, right? We want the most amount of shares as possible for what we're paying. The only problem with that is that a lot of times that causes us to buy for less than what the asking price is. And really, if we want to see price move upwards and not downwards, we need to buy the ask. That's how you get price movement upwards, is you get pressure on the asking side. So if you're trying to, if you're always going in with the attitude of I'm going to try and get the cheapest price I possibly can get, then there's no pressure on the market to move upwards in price. All there is pressure on markets to fill orders, in which case what it's doing is you're causing incentivization to try and drive the price down to fill the orders at lower prices. So it's always something to consider. Obviously, you buy when you want to buy. Cat Scat's asking for the name of the YouTube channel I was talking about earlier. Let me throw it back up there for you. It's Nick Grelly. His YouTube channel, let me see if I can go to his profile. Looks like this is his YouTube. Copy link address. So I'll give you both his profile and his link to his YouTube. So his YouTube is that right there that I just posted up. And then his Twitter is Nick Grelly, at Nick Grelly 1. I actually asked Nick, I sent him a request a long time ago when I first found him to see if he would be interested. Oh no, actually, I think I posted to him. I think I posted something asking him if he'd be willing to do an interview. Never got any response back. What? Yeah, it happens. John, that's the running joke around here, man. It's been the running joke for as long as I can remember. Whenever I take my breaks, price tends to run. I used to take my breaks at different times, and because I thought, I really wanted to be here for when price started running, and so there's kind of specific times of the day where price starts to move. Um, I move my breaks around a little bit for two different reasons. One is I don't need to be here when price is ripping. I just don't. So, it's you guys, you can watch that and just be happy about it. But the other part of it, what the other reason was, is I felt like a lot of people were kind of taking lunch that watch at 12 around like right now. Right now is when they come back and they start going to lunch and can watch during lunch. And I wanted to be able to give people coverage while they're on lunch. So that's kind of why I come back at 11:10 my time, or like 11ish, just so I can help give people numbers like I'm about to do. So, having said that, let me see if I can finish through the rest of these questions, and then we'll look at the numbers. Benjamin says, Casey, you see the order book. It looks like someone needs shares bad, and not to bring the price down on the market maker. Market maker signals this was 2, 4, and 9. Yep, I see them, the 4s and the 9s. Yucca, how's it going, man? Good to see you. It's just more often than not a breakdown, Steven. Like, it's more often than not, usually the price moves downwards. What I was showing earlier, this breakout box right here, was really a move up. We actually had a break up instead of a breakdown. But this box wasn't really suggested as a price target point. It was more for time. And the price actually started moving. I want to say like right when I went to break, right around here. Price really started kind of moving on its own, and it was going higher. I really felt like there was going to be some more consolidation sideways here and into this minute in here, and then see a breakout. I was hoping for a pennant, but we didn't have that. That's not what occurred. All right, guys, let's take a look at the numbers. Dr. Zeno, good to see you. Hope all is well with you and you had a great weekend. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be there. I'm going to move 2 pages around, and then I'm going to start running through the numbers. All right, off exchange. An hour ago it was 59.04 and the EDGX was at 13.2. Those are now currently recording at 61.52 and 12.36 for a grand total of 73.88% of the majority of our off exchange going through as volume. That's pretty high. Those are some high numbers. Refreshing Ortex. An hour ago, there was 244,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now showing a return of 935,000 shares. That return is going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.42%. Cost of borrow average is still in in the 10% range at 10.09. Max is at 13.33 and min is at 8.6. Shares on loan did decrease by about 1.5 million shares to 142.91 million. And taking a look at the options. At a $17 strike price an hour ago, there was 8.2 thousand contracts. There's now 10.4. And on the puts, at a $14.50 strike price, there's now 2.1 thousand. An hour ago, there was 1.7 thousand contracts. There's now 2.1. 4-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, with price kind of centered around 15. Let's see. 320, 350, 14, 15, 16, 17, 2. Yeah, like 1575. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME coming in 22nd with 60% buys to 40% sales. AMC is coming in in 23rd with 55% to 55% buys to 45% sales. SSR trips at $13.10. Shares available to borrow. Doesn't appear to be much of a change. There was 5,000 shares that were borrowed earlier, but I'm not counting those because I only do increments of 50,000 or more. Fees are still at 7%. And we currently have, oops, sorry about that. We currently have 67.4 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 22.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 22.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.35, Dow Jones is up 0.13, and the S&P 500 is up 0.05. The market is showing declining securities, more declining securities than advancing, with 3,503 decliners to 3,389 advancers. The VIX is up 5.53, IWB is up 0.08, IWD is down 0.1, IWM is up 0.26, Tesla is up 2.02, Amazon is up 1.82, Cinemark up 0.49, Doge is up 0.77, Bitcoin is down 0.3, GME is up 2.91, HYMC is up 0.23, Hood is down 1.53, NCMI is up 2.4, and AMC is up 3.81% for the day today. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, we've got about $3 million more in inflow than outflow for the day, roughly. 12.75 million shares having been traded for the day today so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. $173 minutes traded so far. Looks like we're on pace for about 28.7 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.15, which is just slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.83, which is just slightly above average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.59, above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.41, above average, after having signaled that it was overbought briefly. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 59.05, which is above average. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. Large amounts of volatility. Very large. Grandpa Barney says, Casey questions, so with the run up, could this be the shorts covering and then when it runs up, they short it right back down? No, I don't believe so. Covering would require for price to move to be below where they could cover at. I mean, in regards to closing positions, they could first off, covering is going to be when they're margin called. Closing their positions, they would need to have price below where their closing point is. So, I mean, they could be closing out some positions right now, but not everything. And you'll see that tomorrow when we get our numbers for short interest or shares on loan versus how many were returned versus not returned. If short interest drops day over day, then I would suggest that there were positions that were closed, and we can see that. We can take a look at it. But I don't think that this is not like some kind of massive closing. I love the win says I think it breaks down at certain times because they changed the algos. They're in total control. Institutions have a lot of control over price movement. Lou's saying margin. I don't listen to Lou. This is correct, Dr. Zeno. The one thing you wouldn't want to see have happen is them closing positions and then allowing price to run and then not opening up more shorting positions on the way price is moving back up. The reason you don't want to see that is because that means they're done. And in a done sense to where it's not no squeeze. So we don't want to see that. Yes, Monty, we are at 100% utilization. I believe it's 120 days of utilization being 100%. I may have missed a day, and I got to go back last week and look at Monday and Tuesday and see if I missed a day in there. But I'm pretty sure it's 120 days. KL, you can't come in here putting in price predictions now. It's too late in the day, buddy. Good morning to you, though. Oh, are you just putting the buy and sell orders on the TOS level 2? Got it. I don't actually have those showing on the page right now because they're too low on the list. Yes, this is true. Stockways, you're absolutely right. Margin call doesn't happen like instantly, right? Like it's like the kind of margin call that we want to see have happen where people are forced into a closed position. So what you're talking about is somebody basically calls them up and says like, look, you need more collateral or we're going to pull the plug on you. So then they got to cough up more collateral, and that's typically when I think that we would see like pretty much like cryptocurrencies taking big dips. Um, maybe anything that they've got their money their fingers wrapped into, you can watch those start dropping in price. The whole market essentially, anything they're long in. Yes, that's correct, Yo. No, it's not the same, Francis. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look. I think a good one to look at would be like Amazon. And the reason that I say Amazon is just strictly because of the fact that I know it's not heavily shorted. So let's take a look at Amazon's off exchange and check it out. Uh, Price is lower on Amazon right now, isn't it? Yeah, it's 137 because they had their 20 to 1 split or some crap like that. Let's take a look at AMZN, shall we? Exchange volume. So total amount of off exchange volume on Amazon. Now remember, institutions do most of the trading, but 48.36 and 19 point. Oh no, wait, EDGX. Sorry, wrong one. And 8.68. So the difference is they're getting like 57%. 57% of their volume is going through off exchanges versus AMC's like 74. Right? So we're nearly like 20, almost 20% higher than Amazon. Now here's the other part. Amazon's a very heavily institutionally traded company. Pretty sure there's a lot of institutional ownership. Let me fact check myself here. Let me just see real quick. Give me a second. I would assume that Amazon's pretty heavily loaded. That might not be a fair assumption, but let's check it. Okay, not. I'm wrong. It's only 5.92% owned through by institutions, so it's not as heavily owned as I thought. But you can see that off exchange only has like 20%. It's 20% less going through the off exchange. Let's come up with another one. There's another one that I know is not heavily shorted, and that's oh man, give me a second. I'm forgetting. It's food related. Give me 1 second. It's not coming to me. Oh man, why is it? It's not on my list. I wanted another one that wasn't really heavily shorted. Oh, here it is. Yum. I couldn't remember it. Yum. Yum is the ticker. So let's take a look at Yum. Yum Brands. Oh, this one's so low. Off exchange. This is actually less shorted than Amazon, and I didn't know that I didn't know that I would actually figure one that I could find that was lower than Amazon, and I actually found Yum. Yum is like they're not shorted hardly at all. It's insane how little shorted they are. 39.87% going through off exchange. Add in the CBOE EDGX at 0.16 or 1.67. 41.54% of their total volume is going through off exchanges. Subtract out our 70. We'll just what do we have? 72%. Subtract out our 72. The difference, 30% difference between the two. Massive amounts, right? Like it's insane. The other part to that too is this. One of the reasons that I kind of like to look at Amazon a little bit sometimes in contrast to AMC, and it's not necessarily the case any longer, but it used to be when they had a higher float, or when they had a before they did their 20-to-1 split. Their float was very similar to AMC's float, but now it's much higher. But let's take a look at Yum. Yum might actually have. I'm just going to type it in. Yum might actually, I think if I remember correctly, Yum's like at 400 or something million outstanding shares, maybe. I think it was. Nope, 285. 285 million shares, but their average 3-month volume is only 1.5 million shares a day. So much lower. This is one of the reasons that I've told people in the past, like if you want to figure out if a company's heavily shorted, take a look at their average volume divided by their free float. And if it's really low number, they're not heavily shorted at all. And you can see that through the off exchange. Like there's no pressure here to move orders through the off exchange to hide price discovery. It's not heavily utilized at all. So let's do a different one. Let's do something that we know that is heavily utilized. I know people were throwing out Revlon, right? Earlier. Let's just take a look at it. Let's see. Because I did look up their. Let me just look up real quickly and see how heavily shorted they are. So their average 3-month volume is 16.4 million and their free float's 7.75. That's massive, right? So what does this come out to? Hold on a second. Where did my screen go? There it is. Off exchange on Revlon, 52.02 plus the EDGX is 9.48, 61.5. 61.5. So that's actually really darn close to the amount, like the average amount that I think that we would normally see on AMC, which is about 64%. But lately AMC has been running really high in the 70s. So yeah, I think that should be a pretty good contrast and comparison for you. Volume prediction for me today, Derek, was 20 to 40 million. Steven, gaps needing to be filled at 16s. I haven't looked for gaps at 16s, but I feel like we've been filling quite a lot of gaps along the way. So I'd have to go back and look, but I'm not really thinking about it right now. Will there possibly be a volatile death rattle prior to the blow? We don't, in volume maybe, but not, I wouldn't expect too much in price. Casey, have you seen, Bananasaurus says, Casey, have you seen the GameStop issues with brokers in Germany? I have not. What do you think the pounce will be? Multiple things. I have no idea. I'll tell you what, I was waiting for Super Steven to ask me the other night, and I think I scared him away from it because I told him that I didn't really want to commit to any, one thing or multiple things, and that I would rather you guys just have a chance to guess. But I'll tell you this. Do you guys remember that baseball bat that Adam Aaron posted a picture of? Let's see. Let's go back to it and see if we can find it here real quick. I might have to go pretty far back in his history, but let's check it out real quick here. I don't remember how far back that was, but perhaps maybe you remember the wood baseball, or it was an ash baseball bat. And then it happened to have the Red Sox on it. I don't know how far back I'm gonna have to go here. I would assume it's pretty far. But if you guys remember that, I kind of had this theory that potentially for the popcorn business, AMC is probably going to need to hire somebody to do the packaging for the popcorn. So we're talking about, here it is, the Batman with the bat. This is not long after when he put up the 4D chess, and it had silver and gold pieces on it, and I really kind of felt like I really felt like this bat specifically had to do with the idea that he was going to be buying into commodities. So the idea that they were going to go silver, gold, and then wood products. And the reason wood products is because they got to start purchasing packaging material for their products, that their popcorn that they're going to put out. So I felt like there might be something there, some kind of hidden message in there about buying commodities and wood packaging for paper products. I thought about since the bat had the Boston Red Sox. By the way, I found this online. I found this picture, and it's a website that allows you to create your own bats, and so you can put on the stamp that you want to and see what it looks like. So if he did this, he generated it himself. It wasn't like stock. Because if you go and look up Louisville Slugger bats in Google, you're not just going to find a one that says Boston Red Sox in it. Somebody made this, and it was very purposeful that they put the Boston Red Sox on here. There were some other things that were happening at the time that I thought it might have been related to. The Redcoats were coming was a title of something that I put up back in that time. Boston, Redcoats. I don't know. It's hard to say, but what I'm trying to get at though is that I really think that there's something related to the ash or wood products out of a company, maybe out of Boston or in there somewhere around those parts. If I had to guess, maybe we see AMC buy into some kind of other struggling company that may be heavily shorted as well, and then wouldn't it be something if they were to buy into that company and then also give them their business for packaging of their products? If they were to do something like that, it would probably be pretty amazing. So I don't know. I think there's lots of different things though in terms of what could it possibly be. I mean, there's just there's so many things to choose from. I don't know I can pick anything. Dr. Zena says, wouldn't it be hilarious if it's just a new type of candy being sold? Yeah. American Trader said, he said wood. The only thing that bothers me though about the idea of like some kind of wood packaging or paper products company, and in Boston is that if they did, like Adam Aaron said, if they already found their corn source, I doubt it's going to be on the East Coast, and it doesn't make much sense to have your product shipped to the East to be packaged if you're going to be buying from someplace other than the East. So I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense. Derek says, I think Adam Aaron will have 3 plays. I think he's going to catch them off guard. Peter Kwan. It wasn't information that I withheld. It was just, I had a feeling that if we started seeing some abnormal volume occurring on HYMC, that it would be possible that one of the things that they would be doing is maybe buying some more shares out of HYMC. No, I mean, there's a little abnormal volume today, but not high. There was not excessive volume on Friday. But I thought there might have been a chance that they might, if we saw like a big spike in volume again, like we did before, and I think that the Friday would have been I think would have been the deadline for when they would have had to have announced. It would have been the starting of the deadline because I think they have 5 business days to announce. So Friday would have been the deadline. So they could do it anytime between Friday and the earnings report, but that's kind of one of the things I was looking for. Zach says WB Mason is big around here. The Red Sox market them a lot locally. Yoka Free says maybe Adam Aaron will offer corn on the cob at all AMC theaters. There's nothing. I can't think of anything worse than eating. I mean, this is just for me personally, but I can't think of anything worse than eating corn on the cob. I have my bottom set of teeth are like really not well aligned, so I get a lot of like corn stuck in the bottom of my teeth, and I like feel like I have to instantly floss. Um, if I eat corn on the cob, I love corn on the cob. I just don't like eating it in public because it's just like I can't stand that feeling of junk in between my teeth. so so I can't even imagine eating corn on the cob at a movie theater. That wouldn't happen. Myself said Adam Aaron's going to buy the Boston Red Sox. Man, I love that team. I used to love that team as a kid. If you go to the website that I went to myself, the Louisville Slugger website that I went to, where you could put the team name that you wanted on it. You could pick your team name, and then it showed you what it looked like, and it looked similar to what was in that picture. So I just assumed that that's what they had done is they went in there and just selected what they wanted, and then took a picture of that. I wonder if I can. Let me see if I can refine that again. Hmm. No, I can't find it. I'm looking. Most of the pictures that I'm seeing right now are all with the baseball bats angled up and to the right. Let me see. Oh, here we go. This might be it right here. How do I get to their website? This one's similar. It was a website similar to this though, and go back, go back. It was a very similar website where you basically like pick out that you could go in and you could pick the bat that you wanted, and then you could slap on the whatever logo you wanted on it, and then it was this is obviously not it. Well, it doesn't look like it's it because I can't find the same angle. This doesn't look like the site, anyways. I spent a lot of time though searching out on Google to see where he could have possibly gotten that picture from to post it. And let me tell you, it was not easy to find. Oh, here we go. Here it is. I just found it. That is not the same picture they just showed. What the heck? This is really, really close. So this is on Etsy. It's really, really good. It's close. I'm probably just a couple clicks away from probably finding the same website again, but it's basically it was a site that that I found that was the closest that I could get to finding what he had was basically where you made your own baseball bat and put your own stamped logo or whatever it was that you wanted to put on there. I don't see it now. I don't see it. No, no, I didn't say Adamir was going to buy the Red Sox. Yeah, I tried that, Tammy. The reverse, I'm pretty sure I tried that, the reverse image lookup. Let me try it again. I'm pretty sure that's probably along the lines of what it was that I did. Give me 1 second, let me try it. So this is what Google pops up here for reverse image. And this is why I say that I don't think you can find it directly on the internet, because I think this is what I had done in the past. Like this one might be pretty close right here. But the problem is that, you know, I think what he's done is he's actually gone into a website and then selected how he wants the bat modified, which is why you'll never see like a stock picture of it, because it's probably not, like, the image is probably just created by the by whoever makes the baseball bat. Anyways, but it says no other sizes of this image found. Tom, he had his class that he was putting out today at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, and no, I wasn't planning on joining it. But my understanding is it sounds like he might be recording it so we can go back and re-listen to it. Ready for some MOASS says just chill with all the guessing games. I agree, man. I'm not even really trying to guess. I really don't care. We'll see it when it happens, and I'm not rushing anything, so I'm kind of with you on that one. I don't really like. I think too much emphasis is being placed on it to begin with. Um, in all reality, it doesn't matter what it is. It's always buy and hold, and that's it. That's it. That's all there is to this. There is no catalyst of some sorts that we can plan or make happen. We just need to be patient, and that's it. That's all. The American Trader says caramel corn flavored liquor. Okay, I might need a drink now. Yeah, that call was this morning. Classic buzzing. ETC USD. Ethereum Classic. And this is the daily on it right here. Oh, excuse me. Oh man, that's bad. Sorry. So it looks like we had a little bit of a breakout down here. We're at 1487 and dropping in price here. And this is where I suggested that we could see this drop down to around 1480. And we may see a bounce off of this. If we do start heading back upwards, I'll give you guys an idea to where we could head to on this. If we don't stop at 1480, then this could potentially drop down to about 1450 before heading back up again. But what they've usually done on these ascending broadening wedges is when we break out down, they extend out the dropping period for a really long time, so that when we're supposed to rip up, it never actually makes it to the full amount that we were supposed to go up to. By decreasing volatility. Splinter says short exempt squeeze signal triggered according to True Demon. He did a video. He's basing it on percentages. Good to know, Splinter. Buzz and Buzzman, good. Cheers to you. Yeah, Peter Kwan. If volume doesn't pick up, then I wouldn't place too much value on that. I'm really looking for volume increase. We got 294 votes on that vote so far. Most everybody's saying they think it's going to finish above 1431 for the week. I think I'm going to end the poll. Well, it doesn't matter how he made the picture or how the image was made. I think what's the part that, told me like whether or not I should take that as a consideration as to whether or not it's what's the word I want to look for? A key into understanding what a potential clue might be is whether or not it was a stock image that was easily pulled from the internet or if it was something that was actually searched for. And to me, this looks like it was something that was very, very purposefully searched for, meaning that the likelihood of it being a key or a clue is higher because he didn't. Anybody could just type in Boston Red Sox ash baseball bat, right? You just put so I just typed in Boston Red Sox what did I type in? Boston Red Sox baseball bat, right? And then if you go to images, you could have just pulled up like any one of these images that show up in here, and then just posted that image of that bat, and it would have been so much easier for a search if it didn't have any meaning, right? But when you actually when your return gives you like no results for anything and you tried lots of different ways to look up and you can't find that same image, it kind of tells me that bat was personalized, meaning meaning that they took some effort into creating or getting that specific picture. He posted that bat on March 3rd. Alrighty, so I've got 77% of you saying above 1431, 19% saying below 1431, and 3% of you saying right about 1431. So we'll see what happens. Jabib, Adam Aarons posted a long time ago on March 3rd. He posted this picture of this baseball bat. I think people are just kind of like somebody asked me earlier, like, what do you think it's going to be? And, for the pounce, and I said multiple things. I think this is, it's just try not to take this out of context. I'm just saying, that I felt way back in March, I felt like he was signaling that he was buying commodities, gold and silver, from the 4D chess piece, and then you got a bat with the Batman, and it was an ash bat from Red Sox specifically. So I thought it was going to be a commodities, and we knew they were going to be doing the popcorn. So it was just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, well, what does that mean exactly? Maybe they signed a deal with, like somebody was saying, maybe they're going to sell their perfectly popped popcorn in baseball stadiums. Wouldn't that be something? Can you imagine if they brokered a deal to serve all the entire Major League Baseball franchise with their perfectly popped popcorn? Wouldn't that be something? But I mean, again, like I said, these are all like we're spitballing here. We have no clue what it's going to be, but I'm just saying I think there's going to be multiple things that it could possibly be, and I don't know. It could be lots of things. Who knows what it is? Live base. There you go. Sam's got another one. Live baseball broadcasting in theaters. That's a great one, Sam. Good point. I mean, there's so many different things it could possibly be. That's another good idea. I'm a professional, said Adam told. But see, that's the thing. I literally just searched out Boston Red Sox baseball bats, and that image doesn't pull. If you do a reverse image find on that image, you can't find it. So it's like somebody went out of their way to find that specific baseball bat for a reason. The American Trader says it's just fun guessing. It should be like there's just so many different things it could possibly be. Curling, yes. I don't know what you just said. Curling, MCon, and it made me happy. It's time to take a look at our numbers, guys, and I think MCon's over there basically saying like squirrel, telling me to get back in the the show of doing the numbers. So let's take a look at them. All right, I'm gonna head over to the other page here. I'm a professional says they bought the Boston Red Sox, guys. It's easy. I hope the Boston Red Sox go from a little more than $100 million. Alrighty, guys. Let's take a look at what's going on here. You guys are too much. Let's see what we got going on. Oh, I'm still looking at what people are saying here. Thick wants a repo guess. Give me 1 second. Let me see what repo was. Hold on 1 minute. Where's that? Where is it at? There it is. 2.3. Let's say it goes up again. 2.342. 2.342 for me. That's what I'm going down for. All right, heading to the other page, guys. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Let's check out our numbers here on the off exchange. An hour ago, it was 61.15 through the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX was at 12.32. Let's see what that's cooking at now. 60.45 and 12.14. So I think that's pretty close to where it was an hour ago. 72.59% of our volume going through those off exchanges. Taking a look at the Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 935,000 shares having been returned. It's now 1.13 million. And that's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19.41%. Cost per hour average is at 10.07%. Cost per hour max at 13.33. Min is at 8.6. Shares on loans 142.91 million. Let's take a look at options. At a call strike price of $17 an hour ago, there was 10.4 thousand contracts. There's now 11,000. Actually, the highest amount of volume on the calls is switched. It's no longer 17. It's now 15. There was 10.4 thousand contracts at 17 earlier. There's now 11.3 at 15, which is more sensible. On the puts, at a $14.50 strike price, an hour ago there was 2.1 thousand contracts. There's now 2.4. Market kind of signaling again for a closing price between 14.5 and 15. Looks like it's not going to be the spike that it was earlier. Guess they got their derivatives money there. Excuse me a second, guys. I think I got a bug bite. Ouch. That hurts. All right. Sorry, moving on. So random, I know. Moving on. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see. GME is currently in 21st with 61% buys to 39% sales, and AMC coming in 23rd with 55% buys to 45% sales. Our buy to sell ratio has gone down a little bit today. It was looking good earlier in the morning and then suffering now in the later half. Trigger price for SSR is $13.10. Shares available to borrow. There are a bunch of returns. Somebody was suggesting this earlier, I think, in the chat. Right now, there's just returns. We've got went from 80,000 shares available to 250,000 shares. That does look like there were some positions that were probably closed as price was rising. Fees are still at 7%. We currently have 73.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 16.6 that are in the money. 21.13 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 7.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Price is $14.88. VIX is up 5.39. IWB is down 0.1. IWD is down 0.17. IWM is up 0.4. Tesla is up 1.03. Amazon is up 0.73. Cinemark is breaking even. Doge is up 0.18. Bitcoin is down 0.55. GME is up 1.85. HYMC is up 6.31. Hood is down 1.55. NCMI is up 3.77. And AMC is up 2.4%. Let me look at HYMC real quickly here. Okay, volume is a little bit high right now. This is about how much volume HYMC has been closing with for the last. Actually, let me scroll back out here the daily and just see this. I think we might actually be getting some activity here. As you can see right now, it's only 12:14. It's just slightly over halfway through the day today. The amount of volume coming in right now, if this were to be doubled at 2.88, would put us at close to probably about 5 million shares, right? So if we come over here and we look at 5 million shares and say, okay, well, where was 5 million shares in here? This is much more volume right here. Leading into the big jump in volume when AMC first bought into it, though, the day before was about 5 million shares. Interesting. Does look like volume's increasing, though. AMC's volume is increasing as well. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $4 million more of inflow than outflow. 14.85 million shares having been traded after approximately 225 minutes of trading. Putting us in at a pace about 25.7 million shares traded for the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 20 to 40 million shares. So we're still on pace. It's getting close though. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.67, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.81, which is about average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.79, above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.94, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.81, which is just about average. If this pattern does form the ascending broadening wedge pattern that I see right here, let me see if I can figure out where price is going to head to. It could go as high as 1579. That doesn't seem right. Let me recalculate this real quick here. That seems really wrong. That's right. 1280. Oh, wait, not 1280, sorry. 0.55. 1580, sorry. It's pretty darn close. That gets us really close up there to that number, but I just don't. It seems like more often than not lately, whenever we move into ascending broadening wedge, it doesn't. It's only got like a 60% chance of happening, which is better than half the time. But it seems like more often than not, this pattern formation never completes the way it's supposed to. All right, with that, I can see you guys again. Thick is saying that Danny's going pi. Oh, I could have sworn it was 2.34516. Is it not? Let's see what pi is. 3.14. Is it 3.141? 3.141. Yeah. You got the wrong number there. 3.41, 3.141 something something something. I always forget the number. What is it? How did I just pull it up? 3.14159. I think it was like $1.07. I'm a professional, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been $1.09. I forget though. It's been a while. Amy says, Casey, you inspire me to hold and not scalp. Tell me to hold again. Wealthy. I don't know what to tell you. You gotta do your own. You gotta do you. I can't. I can't. All I would tell you is make sure you understand all the negative sides to doing what it is that you're saying to do. There are some serious issues with wash sales that you might want to look into. Pantheon's in here? Where's Pantheon? 2.161. Wow, that seems like a pretty big drop there, Thick. Danny, you're back. Where is? Oh, there he is. Pantheon says the Boston Red Sox are valued at 3.9 billion. Yeah. Yeah, there's no way they're buying the Boston Red Sox. There's just no way. Each time a day swing scalp sells, they'll be giving shares back to the other side, correct? It's assuming that their broker actually purchased shares and are make the transactions go through. They may just be taking money away from their broker. It depends on how they sell it. That's so low. 2.161. That's crazy. Let me just check and see if there's any new news. Yahoo Finance is saying Starbucks, PayPal, Robinhood, and AMC to report earnings this week. Cinemark's in the list too. So Cinemark's supposed to be their estimated EPS is going to be 2.4 or 0.2418 with their current EPS at -4. Okay, this gives me a lot of hope here, guys. This is actually gives me a lot of hope right here. So Cinemark's estimated EPS is coming out to 0.2418. Their current EPS TTM is -4.0201, which is worse than ours. Ours is like -2 something, which is that's good for us. Because if they're thinking that they can move into a positive earnings on the EPS, then I don't know why AMC couldn't, but expenditures does have a lot to do with it. Let's take a look at estimated EPS on AMC is showing up at -0.1796. and our current is negative 2.0669. So it really does have a lot to do with financials. So I'd have to look into Cinemark's financials and see, but it seems like they've had, if they went positive EPS, that's great for them. I hope that we can move that direction as well. Our EPS is definitely, I mean, with the reported estimate EPS, we'll be better off than we were. $1,796. How was the trip, Danny? Was it pretty good? Yeah, see, that's part of the problem in regards to scalping. If you're scalping on AMC, like you're legit basically saying like I want my money before everybody else gets it, and that's kind of effed up, man. It is. It's just I don't know. It's basically saying I'm gonna be a hedge fund like everybody else. It's not. It doesn't help. It doesn't help our position at all. It's really kind of jacked up if you're scalping. Scalping is different than swing trading and then trying to add to your position by swing trading the. But then you've got wash sales that are a potential problem and um, if you know I do a lot of I do a lot of traveling myself, in regards to different groups and talking to different people or at least listening. And what I'll tell you is this: most of those groups that you're talking about, um, they're not. They never were in this to be a part of a squeeze. They were in this to just try and make money off the swings. So, to say that those people are getting antsy, um, great. I hope they leave because that's what I want to see have happen. If they leave, if those groups of people leave, we would be much better off. So I hope they do. I hope they do go. And I know, you guys know who, there's a couple of them that I'm talking about out there. I would much rather see them leave because I can tell you right now that a bunch of people selling their shares would definitely help to generate more volume. And seeing us take off would be sweet justice to that group of people being here in the first place and doing what they've been doing the whole time. So, uh, I'm all for it. I hope they go. I don't mind them being the catalyst. But trust me, I've got my feelers out there. I definitely see what's being talked about in the communities. Parcheesi. I don't think I've ever played Parcheesi before. Cheesy poofs. I gotta actually look it up. Parcheesi. I don't even know if I know what it is. I know I've heard it before, but I don't know what it. Yeah, I don't know what this is. You know what this reminds me of though? It reminds me of what was the name of that game? The one that had the dice in the middle, and you'd press it, and then like you'd jump on people, and it's like sorry. I think it's it looks like sorry. That's what it looks like. No, I was never a King of the Hill fan. I did not like King of the Hill. And believe it or not, I actually didn't like South Park until after their first movie release. I could never understand like half the guys that were talking in there. And all I heard was just a bunch of, it was just like, and I know, I know that's like one character in particular, but it's just like, I felt like everybody was talking like that all the time and I couldn't understand a damn word they were saying. And it wasn't until like I felt like they got like better audio or better funding for better audio after the movie, and then it was actually like hysterical. Like I couldn't stop laughing because then everybody didn't sound like Kenny anymore. There was like real voices. Oh man, Corey, when I was a kid, I wanted to play Mousetrap so bad, so bad. I never got to play it. Nobody ever wanted to play. Like every time I'd go to a friend's house to play, and they or to just hang out or whatever, they if they had Mousetrap, nobody ever wanted to play it, and I always wanted to play that game because it looked like so much fun on the TV in the commercials, and I just wanted to play it so bad. Trouble. That's the game I was thinking of, Kevin. Thank you. Trouble. I'll tell you what, yo. Um, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I've had times where I've gotten down to. Sometimes you just gotta take a break and step away and go do something else. Set those price alerts for whatever price numbers you want to start seeing that make you happy. 20, 30, 40 bucks, whatever it might be. Set those price alerts and just walk away for a while, man. Take like a week or two off. I'm telling you, you will feel so much better when you come back. You'll feel so much better. It changes everything. It really does. I haven't fortunately been able to take a week or two off, just a week or a couple days here and there. But I I haven't taken off a full. I don't think I've taken off a full week yet. But seriously though, like don't let those batteries get overdrained. Last thing you want to do, very last thing you want to do is get into a situation to where you're drained and you're going into MOASS and then you're having to make a decision as to when you're going to sell when you're drained. You know what I'm saying? Like don't go into that situation feeling like you just can't wait for this to get over. Because if you go into that situation with the feeling of I just can't wait for this to go over, I'm telling you, man, you're gonna have a really tough time holding through that first drop of like 160 bucks down to 60. You're gonna see that, and it's gonna change everything for you, and you're just gonna be drained, and you're gonna be like, next time this runs up, I'm out, and then you're just gonna sell early, and then you're just gonna be like devastated when you see what kind of prices you could have been getting, and it's not gonna be happy for you. Just take that break though, man. Don't let those batteries get drained. Steve says, "Don't you get any ideas, Casey? You're out of time off." Oh man. Danny says, "At myself, I'm cracking up. Thanks, man. I'm honored to join Casey as a South Park figure." So, all right, I guess apparently myself has put him back up there, and he's apparently made some more. So let's head over and check them out, shall we? I'm not going to say who they are. Let's see where he put them. Yep, here they are. Okay. I'm laughing because Pantheon he says this is what I look like. Make one of me. So I'm gonna show you guys the Discord here for just a minute. It just makes me crack up. Hold on a second. All right, so we've got myself is coming in here with some more pictures. We got, hey guys, can you guess who this is? This is another South Park character from our group here. Here's another one. Pantheon's like, hey, do me next. This is what I look like. Then here you go. Here's another guy here. There's a new boss in town. Oh, I know who that is. I just figured it out. It took me a second. A little slow. We got one down here. Oh man, Thick. I think you're looking a little. Oh man, these are funny. I don't know. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna tell you guys who they all are. I think I gave away all of them except for two, maybe these two. And then of course, man, I wish I could do one back for you myself. I just don't know what you look like, and I could never draw. It would be pointless. This one, I like this one though. This one's pretty good. Then my favorite of them all, of course. Oh man, I just love the fact that like the detail, the attention to detail with the big tramp over here, the logo and everything on the screen. That's great, man. I'm thinking about retiring the big tramp for a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I need to put up maybe I need to put up a poll to find out if people should think I should retire it for a little bit. Nikki says no time off till Christmas. I've never had that happen to me, Kevin. And like the first time that I ever saw somebody peel off the stickers on a Rubik's cube, I think I had a little bit of a meltdown on the inside. Like I was legit like it was devastating to see somebody rip the stickers off of a Rubik's cube. It'll never be the same. Thor bladed? I have no idea. Nikki says I want one. Is there any you should you know what you should do? Myself, Pantheon's probably in here listening. Pantheon, don't get angry at me. You, you should hang a sign. You should hang a sign on the Pantheon and say and just write "shitty walk," city walk on the and just hang it on there and then include it as a picture. No offense, no offense, Pantheon. I hope you can laugh at that, man, because it's supposed to be funny. Oh man, I hope Pantheon's not. I hope he's got. I hope he's laughing. That would be funny. Casey's drawing is like that trampoline a few months back. It is. That's the extent of my drawing. Ah, King. I'm gonna remove that for you because we don't do that here. But you know what though, Nikki? I never sat down to learn the oh shoot, what do they call it? I can't think of the formula. I never learned the formulas that you need to learn in order to solve for the Rubik's cube. And so I don't know all the pattern. I'm sure I probably could sit down and do it, but I just don't have the patience. But I never ever would rip the stickers off though. That's a no-go for me. Myself says I'm doing Pantheon right now. I hope he can laugh at that. Like legit, it's not. Or you could make him the school. Like it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be City Walk. I don't, formula is probably the wrong word. It's there's like some kind of like. Let me look it up. Hold on a second. Solver. That's an algorithm. It's a Rubik's cube algorithm, I think. Yeah. I didn't want to call it an algorithm because I wasn't 100% certain, but yeah, I guess there's apparently algorithms that you need to know. Getting the white cross without disrupting the rest of the cube. The algorithms FRURUF. Solving third layer edge pieces RURUURUUR. Placing the third layer corner pieces. There's all kinds of different algorithms that you can run for different patterns that you see. Gosh, it sounds like the stock market, doesn't it? Yeah, so when you look at the side, like one side or two sides of a Rubik's cube, if there's a certain pattern that it fits or follows, and you follow the algorithm that's needed to solve for that. So, um, but you have to learn them all and like just know them. I don't. It's the ADD, Nikki. The ADD would never let me sit down and my patience is about, I don't know, 5 minutes on a Rubik's cube at a time before I get angry. It's not very high. Porter says can still solve it. I used to know a guy, an engineer that I used to work with, and he used to solve it like in like under a minute. But he used to do, I guess in his earlier life, he was like a what do they call those people that go around and like perform and stuff at like medieval, not medieval stuff, but those like street shows and stuff. And whenever the city has like a downtown, um, you guys know what I'm talking about. Where like everybody who's like a hippie shows up downtown to some city, and then and they just all sit there and like do performances or try to sell stuff, and it's like a, I forget what they call those things. It's not a circus, no, not a circus. Eugene, Oregon had one all the time. I don't know. Maybe they call them like I can't remember what they called them. Uh, it was like a fair, but people would just show up and sometimes they have like food contests and sometimes they'll just have like just different. It's not yeah not carnies, but it's just kind of like a. It depends on how big your city is, but some cities hold these things all the time. Buskers. Yeah, festivals. They were like little festivals that, and gypsies. Yeah, gypsies would show up to these little festivals, and buskers would show up and play music, and some people would just sell like jewelry. Here in Austin, we actually have I forget what they call the one here in Austin too, but they shut down like Sixth Street, and there's like for a weekend or something like that. There's people that are just lined up in the streets to sell their stuff. And yeah, it's like Renaissance festivals. Well, this guy he did that when he was younger, and he would like solve the Rubik's cube in under a minute. He'd let people mix it all up, and then he'd solve it in less than a minute, and then he'd bet them like a buck or something, and he could solve it within a minute. And so that's how he like made money when he was younger. Thick says prostitutes. Thick, did you see your picture on the on Discord? Oh, Nikki posted hers. Wait, hold on, I gotta show it. Nikki, I think, made one for herself. What the heck? What the heck is that, Nikki? What is going on here? What, what is happening? Oh, but you have your rainbow. You have your oh, what was that called? My sister used to have My Little Ponies. You got your My Little Pony shirt on. That's cool. Is there like some kind of like South Park generator? Street fairs? Yeah, it depends on where you go. Some people call them street fairs, some people call them festivals. Sometimes they just change the name based on the time of the year. It's the metaverse. Are you in the metaverse? Like, is that like a thing? I don't even know what that is. I mean, I know it's like a Facebook thing or something, but whoa. Yeah, corn dogs, funnel cakes, all that good stuff. Kettle corn. No, it's not Woodstock. If you ever go to the one in Eugene, Oregon, um, I think if I'm not mistaken, wait, at least 20 years ago, they used to have there were no laws about women having to wear shirts, and so So the first time I ever went downtown, saw a bunch of topless women downtown walking around Eugene, Oregon. That was a shocker. Didn't see that one coming. I don't know if it's changed or not. I don't know if they've updated their laws, but that was definitely unusual. Yeah, yeah. I'm aware that it's a virtual reality world. I just have never been a part of it. Like I know, like my kids have um, Oculuses, and but I don't even think that they go into the metaverse, at least as far as I know. Let me ask. Hmm. Apparently they do. I didn't know this. Now I better now maybe I need to check it out. Howie Frog says, "Geez, I made it all the way to Seattle. I should have went a little further." Yeah, I didn't see those ones coming. That's right. You can buy real estate? Oh man, come on. That's crazy. That's just crazy talk. In Seattle, you're allowed to fist fight if both agree prior to fighting. That seems fair. That seems fair to me, right? Why not? That keeps some people out of jail. Consensual fighting. I get it. Makes sense. Are you gonna ground? Tammy says, "Are you gonna ground them if they do?" No, I'm not gonna ground them if they do. That's gonna make me wonder what's going on in there, though. You can buy real estate. That blows my mind. That absolutely blows my mind to think that you can buy real estate inside of a virtual reality. Hmm. We got about 6 minutes more, guys, and I'll take a look at the data one more time here. And then I think I have to go run to the alcohol store, the liquor store. The reason being is I'm out of Kahlua, and if I don't get some, I'm either drinking beer, like beer that I probably don't want to drink, or I'm going to be drinking straight shots of tequila, and I don't think I want to do that. So probably should go hit up the liquor store real quick. Whatever, BioLife Hemp. I feel like we're devolving back into to Quagmire from earlier. Quagmire's like he goes into the salty clam talk to Peter. They're like, "Hey, have you been, there's porn in the virtual reality in the metaverse." Quagmire's like, "What? I thought it was for nerds." Oh, Savvy, thank you. Look at that, guys. Savvy's like, "Yay, stop it." Oh, look at my mom come in with the wholesome the wholesome part here. There's a TV commercial about a gal and her dad on the opposite sides of the country going fishing together on the metaverse. I had no idea the kids were in the metaverse. I didn't know. BioLife immediately deletes his last message. Oh no. Oh, that's okay. That's way better. That's way better than I was. That's good. I like it. Wait, hold on a second here. I gotta clip this so you guys can see it. Here's Pantheons. Welcome to Canada. He's in a beach shirt. I love it. That's funny. That's good stuff, man. I wish I was artistically talented like you guys. Doug, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. That is great. 15 weeks. Wait. I gotta do some math. 3 months. 3, 4, 5, 6. One more. Okay, so you're almost 4 months in. Like one more week and you're like 4 months in. And then, okay. All right. You got some time here. Time before she starts, having those. Well, actually, that's actually maybe not. You might not have any more time left. She's probably really close. Has she had any like food cravings at all? It's like usually one of the first ones, like food cravings. Oh yeah. So what's the food craving for? You can date your favorite celebrities in the metaverse? What? That's so weird. That's kind of weird. Bologna sandwiches with chips inside the sandwich, and she hates bologna. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm probably imagine most people probably don't like bologna, but that's a weird one. That's really, really strange. Bologna. What kind of chips, though? Tell Dog's got dibs on Halle Berry. I just want to eat. I just want to eat barbecue. I just want to eat ribs with Halle Berry one time. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a double bottom here, guys, on this thing. I don't know. We'll see if this forms here. Oops. What is going on with this thing? Where's my... Weird. This thing is acting really strange. It seems like we're breaking out of something here, but I mean, I think we're going to get another top, and I'm just going to have to extend this out further. But I don't know where it's going to be at, but I think. Hold on one second. Let's look something up. We could see this break back up maybe to the 15 range again. And I just got rid of my blue line by accident. Give me 1 second, I gotta put that back up here and I can't remember what it was. $14.78. No, what I was suggesting ABC was I was suggesting to watch for volume increasing abnormally on HYMC, not price, volume. Let me check it again here. Holy moly! Yep, it's definitely got a volume spike going on right now. Yep, that's what I was just calling just a little bit ago. Double bottom on AMC. Been offline for a bit this afternoon. Did you see the increase in volume of HYMC? Maybe that's what you were talking about last week with possible AMC purchase of additional shares. I think we're going to need to see more volume than that, Novocaine, but it could be the first day of the purchases. If we're on the first day of purchases, and then you see a massive increase in volume tomorrow, you can go ahead and figure on that maybe being one of the possible things that's announced. Diaz, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Who designed my logo? Gosh, man, it's been so long. Oh, man. You know what? It kind of makes me sad that I can't remember. Give me 1 second because I gotta figure out. I think oh, 1 second, I'll tell you. I just gotta find the. I gotta find the. I think it was. Give me 1 second. I will tell you. Hmm. I was actually thinking about that the other night. I was going like, why can't I remember the name of the person that designed this for me? And I'm going through my list of messages here, and I'm not seeing that because I'm pretty sure the name. Once I see it, I'll know it exactly who it is. It wasn't. feel like it's been a hot minute since he's been here. I'll get back to you on that one. I'm gonna get back to you on that one because I can't honestly remember. I want to give credit to where credit's due. And it's looking like they may have dropped off of Discord. So all right, let's take a look at the numbers real quick here, guys, so I can go to break, and then I'm gonna research that while I'm on break. Actually, I gotta go grab the alcohol too. Yeah. I'll figure it out. Let me go through the numbers real quick here, and I'll figure it out here in a little bit who did that. Because actually, I need to check on them because it feels like they haven't been around in a while, and it's looking like they're not on the list of people that I'm in contact with anymore either. So, kind of concerns me a little bit. I hope they're okay. The gentleman was from the UK. I know he was in here quite a bit, and I can't think of the name, and I have to see the name in order for me to remember because I'm really bad with names. Give me just a second here. All right, let's move on over to the other page, and let's take a look at these numbers. Alrighty, starting with off exchange, 60.45 an hour ago and 12.14 through the EDGX. The new value is 60.02 and 11.89 for a grand total of 71.91% of our off exchange going through those two off exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex data here. An hour ago, there was 1.13 million shares having been returned. It's now a borrowing of 541,000 shares, which is going to have a big change on short interest of the free float back up to 19.52%. Cost of borrow average is at 10.11, max is at 13.33, and min is at 8.6. Shares on loan are up to 142.91. I should say down. There's about 1.5 million shares returned, and we're down to 142.91 million shares now. On the calls, at a $15 strike price, let's see here. An hour ago, we had 11.3 thousand contracts. There's now 11.4. And on the puts, at a 14.5 thousand, 14, at a 14.5 strike price on the puts, there was 2.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 2.8. Almost a 6-to-1 ratio, getting close to a 6-to-1 ratio in call versus put volume. Looks like the market's kind of signaling for a closing price between 14.50 and 15. GME is currently in 21st with 61% buys to 39% sales. AMC is in 23rd with 55% buys to 45% sales, according to orders by Fidelity customers. Trigger price is at $13.10. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they returned those shares earlier and they haven't loaned anything out since. So far for the day today, we've seen them loan about 1.1 million. We currently have 67.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 22.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 22.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. The VIX is starting to head back up again. NASDAQ is down 0.38, Dow Jones is down 0.39, S&P 500 down 0.5. The market is starting to decline some more with 3,762 decliners to 3,180 advancers. The VIX is up 8.81%, IWB is down 0.47, IWD is down 0.49, IWM is down 0.07, Tesla's up 0.55, Amazon is up 0.33, Cinemark is down 0.74, Doge is down 0.77, Bitcoin is down 1.5, GME is up 0.97, HYMC is up 6.8, Hood is down 2.49, NCMI is up 5.14, and AMC is up 3.26. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $6 million more of inflow than outflow for the day today. 16.86 million shares traded for the day today. Let's see, we have about an hour and 45 minutes left of trading. After 282 minutes of trading, we've got we're on pace for about 23.3 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we'd see somewhere between 20 to 40. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.98, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.47, which is just about average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.96, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.87, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.46, which is above average. Getting a nice push here off that bounce. I'm looking for us to reach about 1575 to 1580. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. But before I do anything else, though, I really want to look that up real fast because I feel really obligated to check out and let you know who created the logo because it's gonna bother me here. Airman, I love it. I love your Gasparino bashing idea there. Let me just go to my channel here and figure out when this changed. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to figure out who the heck created this logo for me. Hmm. Well, this is gonna bother me. So 5/16 was the date that it first changed, and now I figure like I should be able to go figure it out. Yeah, it was Björk. Thank you, man. I don't know why I couldn't think of Björk's name. It was Björk. Myself remembered who it was. I don't know why I couldn't think. I knew there was a J in there, and I couldn't figure out what the heck it was. Um, but I'm looking for my conversations with Björk, and I don't see him. I feel like he just kind of dropped off. Seems like maybe I need to reach out. Because he's not showing up on my friends list anymore. Hmm. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look him up. See what's going on there because I'm not seeing anything right now from Bjork at all. So if you guys have seen him around, or if you know where he's at, or you have contact with him at all, just say hi for me at least. Yeah, it was Bjork though. That kind of bothers me. I'm gonna reach out to him when I'm on break. I know. I feel like I've seen him too, but like he's kind of been like a little more like silent lately. I'm looking to see if he's actually. You know what? I forgot I can do this. Yeah. So if he was here, I think I could type in his name like at and then his name, and it would show up. But he's not showing, so I know he's probably not watching then right now. A lot of people I don't think know that you can do that. Dr. Zena says he's always around, just not always talking. I'm gonna head off to break here, guys. I'm gonna reach out to Bjork, just make sure everything's all good with that guy, because I like to check in on people when I haven't seen them for a while. I was actually thinking the very same thing, like probably 2 days ago. I just don't feel like I've seen him as much lately, which is okay. I like to reach out every once in a while, just make sure everything's all right with people. I know it's weird, but whatever. It's strange, but I do it. But I think the more concerning part to me though is that I don't see his, unless I can't remember what his name, if his name differs on conversations in Discord. He's not showing up in here. All of our conversations are not showing up at all. Oh, he shows up as Flappy. No wonder he changed his name. That's why I couldn't find it. Yeah, all right. Yep, there it is. He changed his name in the Discord to Flappy. You guys can't do this stuff to me. When you change your name to something else like Flappy, I don't know who the hell you are. It's, it does me like no good. Like I know you as Björk. You can't just change your name to Flappy and then expect me to know who the hell you are. Who the hell's Flappy? I'm like sitting here going like Flappy? What the heck is Flappy? He's got a picture. You just changed it to like a platypus with evil red eyes. What does that mean? And he's on a do not disturb. I'm gonna disturb him anyways. Oh no. Yep, there you go. It says your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server with the recipient, or the recipient is only accepting direct messages from friends. You can see the full list of reasons here. Yeah, okay, so yep. He's not on the server anymore for Discord, so that's probably part of the reason why I was having problems finding him. Alrighty, well, I guess I got to reach out to Bjork and find out if he's alright. Make sure nothing's terrible going on there. He's probably just taking a break, like I need to do. So let me throw my message up here and take this break. What the is the flappy? What's a flappy? Man, I can't even type. I'm gonna be back at 2:10. I'm gonna give myself just a little bit extra time just in case, because I gotta go pick up some Kahlua real quick at the corner store, so the liquor store. So I will be back in a little bit here, guys, and let me turn up the music for you, and I'll see you in just a bit for the Power Hour. See you guys.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. I'm glad you guys like the music today. I don't know, I was a little worried you guys wouldn't like it too much, but I'm glad you do. That's always a positive. Guys, again, I just want to remind you, no, like, try not to do the random shout outs on other stocks. I prefer to keep that away from here. I think there's a lot of other places that you can talk about that stuff. I know it's fun to hang out here and stuff like that, but I just prefer not to go there. Alrighty, it's time to toast. Let's see, what do we toast to today? Let's see. I think I'm gonna toast. I'm gonna do the usual toast. Let's see. This is from BioLife Hemp. A toast. Here's to you, here's to me, best of apes we will always be. But just in case we disagree, I will say it for thee. F you, Hedgies. Cheers. That's some good, adventurous ape right there. What do I think? So, I don't really like. That's I think what I spent some time talking about earlier today. Is that I don't really have like I think it's going to be multiple things, right? I don't think the pounce is going to be one specific thing, and the other part to that is that I don't know what's actually going to happen on 8-4. So kind of keep that in mind because holy moly, HYMC is up 10.19%. I'm like, we're not talking about other stocks here, but it is HYMC. So the volume is at 5.44, which is a little bit higher than what we're used to seeing, guys. So watch that in the aftermarket. But I don't think August 4th was a date that Adam Aaron is saying he has to announce on. I think that it could potentially come later, but he just said no earlier than the 4th. Well, it's not really fuzzy wuzzy. The only reason that I check HYMC is because we own it. It's part of AMC. It's in a relationship with AMC, and so that's one of the reasons why I check that one. It's not really just a random stock. It's got ties to AMC specifically. Like, if you want to talk about like GME, HYMC, something that's like in relationship or has some kind of connection to AMC specifically. Jay says, Casey, me and the wife are gonna have a drinky drink tonight. That's awesome, man. Drinky drink Monday. Fuzzy Wuzzy says, Casey, Truist Financial Corp makes new 150,000 investment in Highcroft Mining Holding. All right. Nice. You're missing like the late afternoon power hour. Has been a while since we've seen one of these. And we're up almost 5% here, so we're looking pretty decent here. Also note that the VIX is up 7.64% right now, guys, and we're going up with it. Tell Dog is telling you good luck, Jay. I guess I didn't key in on that. Buy the lobster and steak. And good luck. Tell Dog's the funny one over here. It is a W, Yucca Free. We got a double bottom on this for sure. Dude, Buck says during your birthday month, AMC gives you a free large popcorn and drink. I did not know my birthday was last month, and oh, that sucks. Micah says, Casey, wife and I are headed to Vegas September 1st through the 6th. We would love to meet anyone here in this amazing AMC community for dinner and drinks. That's awesome, man. Uh-oh. Oh, here comes the dating websites. All I had to do is start talking dirty, and then here comes those dating websites. Love Chat wants to hit you up as well. That's funny. That's really funny. Uh, Love Chat wants to talk to you or has some words of advice for you, I guess, Jay. Tell Dogs. Let me just check something. Let me check something real quick here, guys. I think I've got live. Yep, I've got it set to subscribers for 5 minutes. That bot literally had to subscribe and wait for 5 minutes before it could put that in there. That's pretty crazy. Alrighty, guys. Let's feeling love on the Casey Shaw channel. That's why they call it the Big Tramp. What stays in the back of the big, or what happens in the back of the Big Tramp stays in the back of the Big Tramp. I'm glad I said that. It's like the back of the Big Tramp's Vegas. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here, so we can go through the numbers one last time for the day. Thank you, Kale. And I silenced him. MG Toe says, I got the gold mine. There wasn't any shaft. It's not porno, it's DiGiorno. I've never heard these. Why? I feel like we're gonna have a good time when we all get together someday and share drinks and food together because I feel like there's gonna be laughs all around. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page. If I haven't read what you guys have written and you have something specifically you wanted to say to me, just hold off on that thought for just a minute while we run through these numbers one last time for the day today. We are running a little bit behind here. You guys cracked me up though. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on in the off exchange. 60.02 an hour ago and 11.89 in the CBOE EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where that's going. 60.49 and 11.5 for a total of almost 72%, 71.99% out of those two off exchanges of our total volume. Damn, that's high. An hour ago, there was 541,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 486. That's a little bit lower, but not enough to really change the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19.52%. Cost of borrow average is at 10.06, max is at 13.33, and min is at 8.6. Shares on loan is down by about 1.5 million day over day to 142.91 million shares. Taking a look at options at a $15 strike price. An hour ago, there was 11.4 thousand contracts. There's now 13.5. For the puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $14.50 strike price, and there was 3.8 thousand contracts compared to the 2.8 an hour ago. About a 4-to-1. 4-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, kind of signaling for a close around $14.50 to $15. Orders based off of Fidelity customers. GME's in 20th with 61% buys to 39% sales, and AMC's in 21st with 54% buys to 46% sales. SSR would have triggered at $13.10 today. Shares available to borrow is at $2.50 after they returned some shares earlier this morning. Fees are at 7%. Out of the money calls is 67.4 thousand contracts. 22.7 are in the money. 22.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 6.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.2, Dow Jones is down 0.09, and S&P 500 is down 0.28. We currently have 3,504 advancers to 3,470 decliners. The market is advancing now over declining, meaning a lot of the blue chips are starting to go on the negative after running this morning. VIX is up 7.31. IWB is down 0.23. IWD is down 0.22, and IWM is up 0.16. Tesla down 0.15. Amazon is up 0.35. Cinemark is down 0.08. Doge is down 0.7. Bitcoin is down 1.43. GME is up 1.82. HYMC is up 11.17. Hood is down 1.71. NCMI is up 5.48, and AMC is up 4.19. Inflow versus outflow, we have $4 million more in inflow. 20.49 million shares having been traded so far today, and we've got just a little over 30 minutes left. We're on pace for 22.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's right within that target that I set this morning in pre-market between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.43, which is just slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.4. I have a feeling that'll change by tomorrow. 53.4 is just slightly above average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.71, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.53, above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.46, which is above average. And with that, we are currently at $15.21, which is over that over the option spread. The option spread is signaling for a $14.50 to $15 close. Alrighty. I'm so glad that Thorbladed, I'm so glad that it's not porno, it's DiGiorno is still on the screen because it still makes me laugh on the inside. Joe says they bring me up when I'm down. Jana, you just remember, you keep doing your job. Do it to the best of your abilities. You know what I'm saying? I know it's difficult to do. I know you've got, dreams and things you want to think about, but I've always told my kids, everything that you do, it doesn't matter what it is that you do it in. You try your hardest. You give your best. It doesn't matter what it is, and it doesn't matter if you like doing it or not. Give it everything you have. Don't put your job to the side to watch this. It's not worth it. MG Toad, take care, man. The rest of the market's actually heading down right now. Well, kind of, sorta. If I go back over and I look at this, we've got more advancers technically than we have decliners, but the markets are showing downwards amounts, which means that basically your blue chip stocks are kind of running low right now, and your mid caps are starting to run. Man, what is the deal? Non-refundable? Sorry, man. Nothing not related to AMC here. Kevin says, my biggest dream in life is hoping Casey allows me to ride in the short. I'll let you drive the short bus. What are you talking about riding it, man? You're going to drive it. That way I can be in the back partying. We'll have to take turns. Somebody's going to have to be DD. No, man. So that's not really what a squeeze really looks like. I think there's differences, massive differences. Because what you're suggesting is that because a lot of these different plays that are happening are going to be like 1, maybe 2 day events tops, and what you're suggesting is and I quite honestly believe is conditioning. I think they want us to be conditioned into the idea that this is going to happen over a 1 or 2 day period of time, similarly to a lot of these other moves. So I'm not about to sit here and tell people that this is what it's going to look like when we start running, because it's not. It's not anywhere near close. There's a big difference between us squeezing and institutions squeezing. Big difference. And I'm not I'm not angry at you. It sounds like it. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry more at the fact that, I know why these are happening, and I know why people are pushing them. And so, I don't have any problem with you, trying to go make money someplace else. I really encourage you to make money. I don't want you to not make money. That's not what I'm here to say. It's just that I'm trying to dedicate this to what we're doing here to AMC. So, and AMC related positions. So, but I promise you, non-refundable. I'm not trying to be a dick, man. I love you. I love you because no homo. But we got to stick together as retail. We're trying to do something here, and I want us to focus on that. Tom's like, Casey's using his dad voice. It's probably true. Kevin wants to be drunk and disorderly. You're gonna have to ride in the back then. Cassius, come on, man. You know we don't hand out candy in this thing. It's free Wi-Fi. But you gotta get the password in the back. Andrew says, do you think a fund is covering HYMC, or is it more of the IEX exchange finally getting a good portion of the incoming order and position them to the exchange? So that's actually a great question. If we come over here and we take a look at it, one of the things we could do is we could pull HYMC to see what oh man, look at this order book. This order book is swamped on the buy side over here. It is just swamped. This might be too early to announce it, guys, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I think this might be AMC purchasing more. I'm not positive, but I think it might be. I think it's a very strong chance these orders are just piling on right now. Oh, it's like it's gridlocked at price. It came a day later than I thought, guys. It came a day later. I thought Friday would be the deadline, but it's, anytime between Friday and this Thursday. But I think that's what this looks like to me. I mean, this volume's at 6.25. It's it's way abnormal volume. The loading up on the buy side over here is massive. I think there's a very good chance that AMC maybe taking out more of a position on HYMC. Let me just check something real quick here, because who was it that said it? Andrew actually said that is it IEX? What is it? Where is this coming from? So let's take a look at the off exchange real quick on that. All right, so their total volume in the off exchange is 66.58 plus EDGX, which is at 10.09. Their total volume that's going through off exchanges is 76.67%, which is monstrous. They're getting massive amounts of price improvement with a monstrous amount of volume going through off exchanges. So, um, yes. So let me make sure I answer this correctly. I want to read your question again. Hold on a second. Do you think a fund is covering HYMC? No, I don't think it's covering. Or do you think it's more of an IEX exchange finally getting a good portion of the incoming order and positioning them to the exchange? I see a lot of orders going through the exchange, but I also see massive amounts of off exchange trading. So a little bit of both. A little bit of both. Brian's asking pounds. So it could be, like I said, I think it's multiple things. Let's wait and see tomorrow's volume. What I'm really looking for is like for volume to shoot up massively. Like instead of 6 million or 8 million shares traded today, let's watch for something astronomical with volume, and it will be pretty clear what's happening. I think once we see volume in like the ranges. I mean, just go back and look at HYMC when AMC went to go buy it the original time. The very first day, volume drove up to 202 million shares traded at that time, right? I mean, there's some really big spiking of volume in there. And the day before that was 6.2 million shares. And we're at 6.3 right now. So, you know, I think there's a chance that somebody's buying for sure, right? I mean, that seems pretty evident here, just based on this order book. Myself says, can you spell conglomerate? No, I can't. This is what happens when big money goes into a company that has low inventory and shares. Andrew, you're welcome. And what I love more about everything that you just did there is you kind of like linked, in a way you linked some of what I just talked about to the talks about IEX and off exchange for AMC. So I like that. Thank you. 14, Andrew. 14 was Max Payne today. And not only that, but our options were we're kind of centered around 14.50 on the puts and $15 on the calls. So anything over 15 is going to make some people some money potentially. Michael Roberts, I believe that is correct. Earnings for Highcroft are going to be tomorrow. It could be, we could see some numbers moving due to that. I see where you're going with that. Dr. Zena says, imagine a hot kotch coloring book, pages and pages of various hot kotches to color. You know what? I'm gonna make that, Dr. Zeno. I'm gonna make that, and I'm gonna pass it out to every single person. I've been thinking about like what kind of parting gift could I give to everybody when we all meet together at some point, and a hot kotch coloring book seems entirely appropriate. That's a perfect idea. BioLife says Adam Aaron is in a blackout period. That's why there's no tweets or television interviews. Captain Austin says HYMC earnings is on the 15th. I don't actually know when they are, but it's not showing earnings listed on here. So that sounds like it may be more correct. So thank you, Captain Awesome. Habigspatch? Well, I can't even say I can say Habigspatch, but I can't say HHM beers. Hobgo Spatch. It's like saying spatula as if you're Sean Connery. Habogashpashk. This is what Sean Connery sounds like when he's slightly had a few. I'm doing a terrible impersonation of him now because I can't. Janice saying you can have a picture of Hawk watching the cards, sitting in the boardroom, going to the movies, eating popcorn. That'd be awesome. Come on, Z-Man. You know better, man. Janet wants some more playing chess and charting. I'd have to go look. So how long, Andrew? The quick answer is how long did it last for? And I'll tell you. How would the stock market function without options? Would it be better? I've often thought about that too. What I'm going to say is this: like way back in the day, early 2000s, I used to say we needed to get rid of hedge funds. And the reason that I said that was because it didn't make any sense to me that if you're going to invest in a company, that the company price should, if people are willing to invest in it, people are willing to invest in it, and it should just be people who do and don't want to invest. But it doesn't create a whole lot of movement in the market if everybody's just always investing in the same things. So it's almost like a yin and yang kind of thing. You have to kind of have it. I wanted to get rid of hedge funds when I was younger, now that I'm older, I see the value that they have, not because I want to make value through them, but because I think that they take the other side of bets on companies that aren't performing, and I feel like it does provide like a Satan amongst the angels, and it's almost like you need to have that to have a real functioning market. So options need to be there, I think. I'm not even going to try to say that HHM beers. Always, Yucca. Always 2 weeks, man. Come on, Vince. Come on. These people are legitimately waiting 5 minutes, guys. They're waiting for 5 minutes as a subscriber and then to drop something like that. That's insane to me. That's a long time to wait, 5 minutes. Janice says I can't stop thinking about that cute color book. Jenny, you better get those people's mail in the right spots. Legitimately, I got a funny story for you, Jenna. Legitimately, we had I'm pretty sure that it was UPS, but I'm not positive. I think USPS came up and I went outside and I grabbed the box, or somebody here in the house grabbed the box outside and realized it was our next door neighbor, so they took it over there. Like not more than 30 minutes later, I got a knock or a ring on the doorbell, and they were bringing over the packages. They literally swapped houses. They gave us their packages and we got ours. Luckily, they had two to give to. Well, I guess not luckily. Luckily, we have honest neighbors because they had two packages over there. We only had the one, so. Yes, hedge trimmer, I agree. I'm not saying that they should practice illegal market activity in order to make that market. They know they're doing something not right. Make it an hour? What's an hour? What? Casey, it took me 3 months to get a holiday to come back on. 5 minutes is pure love for the channel. I'm glad you fit in, man. I'm glad you fit in. I've never I've never experienced this many people who fit in to the same category before. It's like we all just kind of fit together. It's pieces of a jagged puzzle that all manage to just kind of fall into place. It's quite phenomenal. All right, you take care, Vince. Janice says I've never admitted to making that mistake. I would hope. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should admit it, Jana. Own it. I'm not doing that till dog. I think I committed to 5 as being the maximum that I would go. I want to go look at something on HYMC, guys. but I'm going to do it on TradingView. Give me just a second. I want to look at something real quick. So I just wanted to look and see what the volume was like in the pre-market and aftermarket hours, and so I've got that down here at the bottom. And I just want you guys to see this real quick here. So there was a lot. In regards to what myself just said right there was a lot of activity in volume. It looks like, is this aftermarket? What is this? It looks like most of the volume started in the pre-market, but I have to see volume here. Where I got that at? Hold on a second. Wow. How did that get so far apart? Oof. Okay, so there wasn't a whole lot of, I mean, there's some big price movement on HYMC in the aftermarket. It actually jumped up quite a bit. It went from like 129 all the way up to like 152, but then the big volume really kind of started in the pre-market hours, as you can see here, the next day. Because in contrast, you can see pre-market volume here. Pre-market volume here is a massive jump. So it'll be interesting to see what pre-market volume looks like on HYMC tomorrow. HHM beers, I don't know, man. I got excellent connection right now, but it's usually me. It's usually me, not you. Yeah, I was doing like 3 minutes. I'll just remove it for you, Andrew. I'm not gonna look at it, man. I don't care. Okay. Tom says, Casey, write down a number. Don't say it. Multiply it by 3. All right, hold on a second. Hold on. I got to pull up my calculator. Multiply it by 3. Write down a number. You didn't say any. You didn't say what number. You just said a number. So I did. So multiply it by 3. Add 45. I'm gonna screw up your thing. You know that, right? Subtract that number by the number you first wrote down. Let's see. What was it again? All right, I think I got it. But I don't think you're gonna get it. Oh, did I divide by 6? Wait, let me start all over. I don't know if I did all that stuff. All right, so 7, 8, 2, 1, 8, 5, 4. No, I'm just teasing. Times 3. Add 45. Divide by 6. Yeah, I did all that. And then minus the original number. Okay. Minus the original number. Got it. I think I've got the answer. And then Captain Awesome said then multiply by 6. Yeah, I should be. Don't forget to add your 5 Y's also. Yep. I doubled it. I didn't double it? Oh, all right, hold on. I swear I followed the directions. All right. Multiply by 3. Add 45. Double it. Wait. Divide by... Somebody get rid of those for me. Divide by 6. And then subtract the original number. Ugh. You're going to get it right. What? How do I have all these moderators and nobody takes care of this crap? Come on, guys. What the hell? Yeah, not only that, it's the end of the day and I've had 3 shots like within a 30-minute time frame. Sweet love in the house. Just say the all right, I got the number. I'm ready whenever you are. And you're probably gonna get it. You're probably gonna get it because I didn't do it right. Yep, that's it. 15 it is. Guys, we're really close to the end of the day here. HHM Beers is paid up. I'm just going to call you Beers from now on. It's too hard for me to say HHM Beers. I don't know why, but it's almost like I think that's supposed to be like, beers. Is that supposed to be like an ode to Homer Simpson? Alrighty, guys. I hate to do this to you, but it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another day, guys. Prepare yourself. Get those batteries charged. Watch those aftermarket hours. You never know what's going to happen. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go out and walk them, or maybe see a movie. I don't know. Whatever floats your fancy. But above all, I screwed up. I love you guys. No homo. That's going to be the new ending from now on. Don't have a good day. Have a great day. I'm so like not fully with it here. Hold on a second, guys. Oh no, I know I can't find it. I'm gonna have to skip. I'm gonna have to go back. I think I'm gonna have to resort to making my own sound effects here again, guys. I lost it in the reboot.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
stop to check you out. And then when I'm walking, I stop and I'm so strung out. And I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Body and beats, I stain my sheets. I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end. She is starting to cry. When I'm walking, stop, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on.